Mm. Yepa, muy buenas gente, ¿cómo estamos? Bienvenidos al canal, bienvenidos a Dragon Age Origins. Dame un segundito, gente, que se me ha caído el café. Se me ha quedado aquí. Ay, qué pito. Pero bueno, gajes del oficio. Estaba intentando colocar el teclado y ni me acordaba que tenía el vaso aquí. Nada, ha sido un golpecito y ha saltado, pero bueno. Poca cosa. Vale. Ahora sí, esto por aquí, esto la papelera. Vamos a continuar con la partidita. Esperemos que todo vaya bien. De momento no tenemos ningún problema ni ninguna queja. Así que, lo dicho, vamos a continuar. Vamos a empezar con la iniciación de los guardias grises, creo ahora. Sí. Justo recién llegaditos al campamento. Así que vamos a darle ahora un poquito. Vamos a poner chat y demás y que esté todo bien por aquí. Trucutru. Trucutru. Vale. Al lío. Encender un humito que con el café es el café después de comer y apetece. Vaya. Primer craseo. Acaba de cerrarse el juego, gente. Ya vamos a ver. Espero que no me toque la moral, si no, bueno, tenemos el Wolfen ahí preparadito. ¿Lo está cogiendo? Vale, sí, lo está cogiendo el OBS. Por favor, no empecemos, con la fiesta. Vale. Vale, pues aquí estamos, gente, con nuestro elfo guerrero. Voy a bajar un poquito el volumen de los cascos. Ahí está. Vamos a entregar la flor, lo primero, del perrete. Hola, amigo. Esta es la flor.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Wonderful. Give me a moment and I'll make this into an ointment. He looks better already. I'm sure he'd thank you himself if he could.
¿Cuánto tiempo tendrá que pasar para que mejore?
A day, maybe two. There's enough ointment for him to make a full recovery. Why not come back after the battle? Perhaps we can see about imprinting him on you.
¿Lo crees posible?
Maybe. It's likely he understands you're responsible for curing him. Mabari are at least as smart as your average tax collector. Come back after the battle and just... well, take another look.
Vale, misioncita hecha. Esta es una pregunta que siempre me he hecho. ¿No afecta igual la sangre de los engendros a los humanos o a las razas como a los animales, por lo que veo? Porque el perro, recordar que nos dijo que había bebido sangre de engendro. Había mordido a uno y se lo había bebido. Podríamos darle la comida al tieso este de la jaula. Recordar que convencimos al guardia.
So, brought me some food, have you? I'm so hungry I could faint dead away.
Vale. Aquí tienes. Vamos a ir de buenos, aunque bueno.
And, as I mentioned, here's the key. Use it in good health, huh?
Huh. Considering where that came from, let's hope we're not the only ones in good health.
Vale, ya tenemos la llave. No sé si podremos cogerlo ahora porque creo que está el... Ah, no, ya no está. Vale, pues lo cogemos. Lo cogemos del tirón. Ahí está. Coger todo. Nos han dado... Lo he cogido todo porque no me vieran, gente. Hemos cogido un bastón, 2 gorros. He visto así de refilón 2 gorros. Vale. Un poco más. Resistencia espiritual o el frío. Espiritual de momento. 1 de destreza. Me lo voy a poner, aunque eso es más bien para pícaro. Me lo voy a poner. Vale. ¿Alguna misioncita más? La espesura. Esta es la carta que tenemos que llevar al risco rojo. Vale. Los frascos los tenemos y los tratados. Así que vamos a hablar con Duncan para que empiece la iniciación. Para convertirnos en guardas grises. Al lío. Hola, Duncan.
So you returned from the wilds. Have you been successful?
Sí.
Good. I've had the circle mages preparing. With the blood you've retrieved, we can begin the joining immediately.
Creo que deberíamos hablarte de Morrigan y su madre.
There was a woman at the tower, and her mother had the scrolls. They were both very odd.
Were they wilder folk?
I don't think so. They might be apostates. Mages hiding from the Chantry.
I know you were once a Templar, Alistair, but Chantry business is not ours. We have the scrolls. Let us focus on the joining.
Vale. Vale. ¿Nos contarás ahora de qué va el ritual?
I will not lie. We Grey Wardens pay a heavy price to become what we are. Fate may decree that you pay your price now rather than later.
¿Por eso es tan secreta?
If only such secrecy were unnecessary, and all understood the necessity of such sacrifice. Sadly, that will never be so.
Let's go then. I'm anxious to see this joining now.
I agree. Let's have it done.
Vale.
Then let us begin. Alistair, take them to the old temple.
Muy bien. Se viene. Vamos allá.
The more I hear about this joining, the less I like it.
Are you blubbering again?
Why all these damn tests? Have I not earned my place?
Maybe it's tradition. Maybe they're just trying to annoy you.
Calmaos, ahora mismo no podemos hacer. Vamos a tirar de la de los humanos, gente. Vamos a tirar de raza elfa.
I only know that my wife is in Highover with a child on the way. If they had warned me, it just doesn't seem fair.
Este vino por voluntad propia, creo, ¿eh?
Maybe that's why they don't. The Wardens do what they must, right?
Including sacrificing us?
I'd sacrifice a lot more if I knew it would end the blight.
¿Queréis callaros de una vez?
Yes, Sir Knight. Try not to wet your trousers until the ritual starts.
I've just never faced a foe I could not engage with my blade.
At last, we come to the joining.
Vamos allá.
The Grey Wardens were founded during the First Blight, when humanity stood on the verge of annihilation. So it was that the first Grey Wardens drank of Darkspawn blood and mastered their taint.
We're going to drink the blood of those creatures.
As the first Grey Wardens did before us, as we did before you. This is the source of our power and our victory.
Those who survive the joining become immune to the taint. We can sense it in the Darkspawn and use it to slay the Archdemon.
¿Los que sobreviven?
Not all who drink the blood will survive, and those who do are forever changed. This is why the joining is a secret. It is the price we pay. We speak only a few words prior to the joining, but these words have been said since the first. Alistair, if you would.
Join us, brothers and sisters. Join us in the shadows where we stand vigilant. Join us as we carry the duty that cannot be forsworn. And should you perish, know that your sacrifice will not be forgotten. And that one day, we shall join you.
Davith, step forward.
Ya, no me había fijado, le desaparecen las dagas para la cinemática.
Maker's breath.
Una menos. Perdón, gente.
Step forward, Jory.
But I have a wife, a child. Had I known...
There is no turning back.
No! You ask too much. There is no glory in this.
I am sorry.
He vuelto atrás, amigo.
the joining is not yet complete.
Bugazo. La sangre ahí, bugazo.
You
Fíjate
are
el suelo.
called upon to submit yourself to the taint for the greater good. From this moment forth,
Somos el héroe, tenemos que sobrevivir. O sea que... no hay fallo. Estaría guay, ¿eh? Que fuera por suerte. Te tocará volver a empezar el personaje otra vez. Eso era el archidemonio cagando. Básicamente. Hola. Hola. Te lo estás pensando mucho. Me estás vacilando. Se ha quedado pillado. Lo mismo ha sido la sangre, gente, que se ha quedado pillado. 2 muertes más. En mi iniciación solo murió 1, pero fue horrible. Me alegra de que uno de vosotros lo haya conseguido. ¿Cómo te sientes? Vale, ha pasado, estoy bien. Aún no puedo creer que mataras a Yori. No me habías preparado para esto. Dolor. Ha sido increíble. El dolor ha sido increíble. Vamos a ir de víctima. Es lo que exige ser un guarda gris. ¿Has soñado? Yo tuve unas pesadillas terribles después de mi iniciación. Los sueños llegarán cuando empieces a sentir a los engendros tenebrosos, como nos pasa a todos. Esas y otras muchas cosas quedarán explicadas en los próximos meses. Antes de que me olvide, hay una última parte de tu iniciación. Cogemos un poco de sangre y la colocamos en un colgante, algo que nos recuerde a aquellos que no han llegado tan lejos. Tómate tu tiempo. Cuando estés preparado, quiero que me acompañes a ver al rey. ¿Para qué? Está reunido con su consejo militar. No sé por qué, pero ha requerido tu presencia. Se le ha ido la flapa, se le ha ido la flapa. Uf. Es que no puedo hacer ni un guardado, gente. F5. Creo que he hecho un guardado ahí. El F4, gente. Qué remedio. A ver. He quedado súper pilladísimo. A ver. Amigo mío. Vamos a ver. Vale. Parece que sí. Ya hemos pasado a la iniciación. Bueno, por lo menos me ha dejado guardar. Vale, vamos a hacer como siempre 2 de fuerza, 1 de constitución para el tema del aguante y tal. Y esto aquí se complica, porque esto no lo puedo pasar todavía. Hasta nivel 8 no lo tengo. Mandoble, golpe poderoso. Más fuerzas con cada golpe, con lo cual gana una bonificación de daño, pero penaliza el ataque y la defensa. No me gusta. Partir brazos, no me gusta. Tengo 2 puntos, No sé si guardármelos. Nivel 28. 28 de fuerza. Vale, esto es para golems. Estos son para enemigos super tochos. Partir brazos. Vale, esto si lo aplicamos nos pegan menos, o sea, tienen una reducción de daño a los enemigos. Vamos a tirar por esa, porque esto es provocar... ...30 segundos, es que esto me da un poco igual. Vamos a tirar por esta. Vamos a pillar esta. Venga. A lo mejor no es la mejor opción, pero bueno. Así. Esta es la de partir brazos. La vamos a poner en el 1. Ahí está. ¿Por qué? Porque así cuando meta el 1, gente... Vamos a poner el stun en el 3. Con el 1 luego meto el 2 y le hago bastante más daño. Y aparte, los enemigos no me sacuden tanto. ¿Alguna misioncita o algo? No. Me han dado el amuleto. Ahí está, juramento de los guardas, 2 de constitución. Esta me gusta. Me gusta para el guerrero. Vale, vamos a ver. Que no se pete, por favor.
My decision is final. I will stand by the Grey Wardens in this assault.
You risk too much, Kalen. The Darkspawn Horde is too dangerous for you to be playing hero on the front lines.
If that's the case, perhaps we should wait for the Orlesian forces to join us after all.
I must repeat my protest to your fool notion that we need the Orlesians to defend ourselves.
It is not a fool notion. Our arguments with the Orlesians are a thing of the past, and you will remember who is king.
How fortunate Marek did not live to see his son ready to hand Ferelden over to those who enslaved us for a century.
Then our current forces will have to suffice, won't they? Duncan, are your men ready for battle?
They are, Your Majesty.
And this is the recruit I met earlier on the road? I understand congratulations are in order.
Gracias.
Every Grey Warden is needed now. You should be honored to join their ranks.
Your fascination with glory and legends will be your undoing, Kalen. We must attend to reality.
Fine. Speak your strategy. The Grey Wardens and I draw the Darkspawn into charging our lines, and then?
You will alert the tower to light the beacon, signaling my men to charge from
To
cover.
flank the Darkspawn, I remember. This is the Tower of Ishal in the ruins, yes? Well, who shall light this beacon?
I have a few men stationed there. It's not a dangerous task, but it is vital.
Then we should send our best. Send Alistair and the new Grey Warden to make sure it's done.
Vale, lo haremos.
You rely on these Grey Wardens too much. Is that truly wise?
Enough of your conspiracy theories, Loghain. Grey Wardens battle the Blight no matter where they're from.
Your Majesty, you should consider the possibility of the Archdemon appearing.
There have been no signs of any dragons in the wilds.
Isn't that what your men are here for, Duncan?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty, the tower and its beacon are unnecessary. The
We
Circle
will
of
not
Magi...
trust any lives to your spells, Mage. Save them for the Darkspawn.
Enough. This plan will suffice. The Grey Wardens will light the beacon.
Thank you, Loghain. I cannot wait for that glorious moment. The Grey Wardens battle beside the King of Ferelden to stem the tide of evil.
Yes, Kalen. A glorious moment for us all.
You heard the plan. You and Alistair will go to the Tower of Ishal and ensure the beacon is lit.
What? I won't be in the battle.
This is by the King's personal request, Alistair. If the beacon is not lit, Tern Loghain's men won't know when to charge.
So he needs 2 Grey Wardens standing up there holding the torch, just in case, right?
Vale, ¿dónde está exactamente la torre?
The tower is on the other side of the gorge from the King's camp, the way we came when we arrived. You'll need to cross the gorge and head through the gate and up to the tower entrance. From the top, you'll overlook the entire valley.
¿Cuándo debemos encender la almenara?
We will signal you when the time is right. Alistair will know what to look for.
¿No podemos sumarnos luego a la batalla?
Stay with the Terran's men and guard the tower. If you are needed, we will send word.
¿Y si aparece el archidemonio?
We soil our drawers, that's what.
If it does, leave it to us. I want no heroics from either of you.
¿Cuánto tiempo tenemos?
The battle is about to begin. Once I leave, move quickly. You'll have less than an hour.
Vale. ¿Corremos peligro? Sí, me imagino que sí, pero bueno.
Of course, even the best laid plans go awry. So do what you must. I trust you both.
Just not enough to actually fight with the rest of you.
There will be plenty of battles, Alistair. Be patient.
Vale.
Then I must join the others. From here, you two are on your own. Remember, you are both Grey Wardens. I expect you to be worthy of that title.
Duncan.
Vale.
May the Maker watch over you.
May he watch over us all.
Pues empezamos la fiesta. Vámonos. Sí. Voy bien. Vamos para allá. Acercar un poquito más el micro. Ahí. Turururum. Tercer craseo. Ay, madre. Está rotísimo este juego. Tiene que tener algún problema de compatibilidad con Windows o con las nuevas gráficas. Es que no lo entiendo, gente. Con las nuevas gráficas o alguna cosita. No, es que no lo entiendo. No lo entiendo. Otra vez todo esto. Madre mía. A ver. Vale. Vamos a intentar hacerlo todo rápido, a ver.
You risk too much. I must.
It is not.
How
Then and this is the recruit I met earlier.
Perdonadme que lo pase, pero lo acabamos de ver, gente.
I have.
Then we should send our best.
So he needs 2 great.
You'll need to cross the gorge and head through the gate. We will signal you when the time is right.
Duncan.
May he...
Vale. Venga, vamos para allá otra vez. Bueno. Ahora sí le ha dado la gana.
The plan will work, Your Majesty.
Of course it will. The blight ends here.
Ahí vienen. Qué feo eres, cabrón. Bueno, empezamos la fiesta.
cross the bridge and get to the tower of Ishal.
Vamos para allá. Hay que llegar a la torre. Espera, que ha subido de nivel nuestro colega. Este le vamos a hacer tan carro, así que vamos a intentar igualarle la constitución a la fuerza. Es templario ya, no me había fijado. Empieza siendo templario ya. Vamos a ponerle la amenaza. Vale. Vamos a ponerle como tanque. Bueno, hombre. Le han dado a listas. Vamos, vente.
Help me. They're everywhere. You're Grey Wardens, aren't you? The tower, it's been taken.
What are you talking about, man? Taken how?
The Darkspawn came up through the lower chambers. They're everywhere. Most of our men are dead.
Then we have to get to the beacon and light it ourselves.
Vale, vámonos. Me han puesto fino. Por el arquero. Vamos, muere. Vale, poción. Vale. No me la quita. Dinerete. Pociones. Ponzoña, poción de delirio. Por aquí arriba había un cofre, creo, ¿no? Me lo he inventado. Lo he inventado. Vale. Continuamos hacia la torre. Coño. Vamos para allá. A proteger al mago. Vamos bien, vamos bien. Vale. Granate. Vamos, chiquitines. El alfa. Vale. Era por el gañán este. Vale. es para mago? ¿Qué es esto, tío? Cristal. No me acuerdo de qué es esto. No se puede equipar el objeto en este personaje. Tiene pinta de algo de hechicero, pero no sé. No recuerdo yo los cristales esos. Porque el pavo que llevaba los tatuajes de plata y tal, de lirio y eso, era en el 2, ¿verdad? No era en este, no me acuerdo, gente. No, era en este. Era el elfo. Sí, era aquí en este. Uf. Voy a hacer un guardado. Es que aquí hay una trampa. Es que son guerreros todo, tío. Nos la vamos a comer con patatas. A ver si vienen ellos. Vale, venga. Venga, uno menos. A ver si no me cuesta tanto como la otra vez. Por el hechicero, lo voy a stunear. Hostias, cómo me han puesto tú. Ven aquí. Ven aquí. Venga. Me mata. Vamos. Vamos. Uf, casi me matan. Vale, una poción. Vale, no ha muerto nadie. Vamos bien. Ah, macabrón. ¿Recordáis la otra vez lo que me costó? Vale, un poquito de oro. Más oro. Esto es lo que me interesa. Curaciones. De hecho, me voy a poner las gordas aquí abajo también. Por si acaso. Vale. Primer tapón lo hemos pasado. Un poquito de oro. Vamos. Vale. Si hago pausas es para centrarme, gente. Claro, qué cabrón de allí. Vale, me voy a por aquel. Vamos. Uf. Yo también sé stunear, cabrón. Bien, bien. Un poquito de ácido. Malaquita, cataplasma. A ver. No tengo pícaro. Un poquito de raíz élfica. Este ungüento de usar. El ungüento natural aumenta la resistencia y el daño por naturaleza, vale. Y un regalo. Un poquito de élfica. Sí, los regalos ya sé. No. Los regalos ya sé lo que son. Son para hacer regalos, valga la redundancia, a los compañeros. De esa manera subes amistad con ellos. Vale, ese es el otro camino. Voy para allá. Esto no sé por qué se me ha quitado. Ganamos defensa con esto, si no recuerdo mal. Y no me aturden, encima. Vale. Hostia, qué buena esa. Esa animación no lo había visto. Cataplasma. Un arco de calidad ceniza, no está mal. Frasco de ácido. Y algo. Vale, siguiente.
I'll get on it.
What are these darkspawn doing ahead of the rest of the horde? There wasn't supposed to be any resistance here.
¿Podrías probar a decirles que están en el sitio equivocado?
Right, because clearly this is all just a misunderstanding. We'll laugh about this later. At any rate, we need to hurry. We need to get up to the top of the tower and light the signal fire in time. Tyron Logain will be waiting for the signal.
Vale. Si no recuerdo mal, había un cofre o algo para sacar aquí. Para pícaro, nada, no podemos abrirlo. Vamos a entrar por aquí. Vale. No nos han visto los otros, así que genial. Un poquito de oro. Equipo de curación para quitar las debilidades y esas cosas. Me he metido por aquí, gente, porque así llego a las ballestas y les meto del tirón. ¿No les he dado? ¿En serio? Ah, sí que les había dado, sí. Vamos para allá. Se ha liado cojonudo por el mago. Ayudar al mago. Me están poniendo con flechas, tío. Vamos, desgraciados. ¡Te mato! ¡Bum! Una curita. ¿Dónde vas? ¡Qué buena, Alistair! Vale. Perfecto. Vale, está siendo bastante más fácil que la otra vez, ¿eh? Será por ser guerrero, aguantamos bastante más. Podemos defendernos bastante mejor. Vale, vamos a saquear a ver si hemos dejado cositas. Curita. Un poquito de raíz. Ahí no veo ese cofre. Nada. Aquí tenemos algo. Equipo de curación. 92 de cobre. Bueno. Ahora que me doy cuenta, ¿se puede subir la interfaz? O sea, el tamaño de la interfaz. No. No, no se puede, vale. Digo, porque lo mismo si aumento la interfaz, estaba pensando, si aumento la interfaz, que se vea más grande esto, lo mismo los diálogos se verían más grandes, pero claro, si no se puede, pues nada. Mis ganas. Vale, yo voy a por ese. Qué buena. Vamos, me robo la baja, mago. Aún así me sacuden bastante, Todos los cofres para pícaro, tío. Un granate para vender. Anillo de hierro. La plasma, ¿el anillo de hierro da algo? No da nada, pero bueno, me lo voy a poner. Y así tengo algo puesto. Me gustaría esperar a que se suba la vida. Esperar un poquito. Tercera planta.
Loghain better be ready to charge as soon as we light the signal. The king is depending on us.
Bueno, ahora lo veremos, Alistar. Hacha de guerrero de la ceniza. No me quiero equivocar, pero los guerreros de la ceniza, gente, eran los... Bueno, eran y son los que combaten junto a sus perros, ¿vale? Los perros que hemos visto al principio, los Mavari, el escuadrón que luchan con ellos, los caballeros o los soldados que luchan con los perros a sus lados, son los guerreros de la ceniza. Tienen su cuerpo lleno de ceniza y cosas de esas. Y luego las marcas del que les ponen a los perros se la ponen con ceniza, por eso se llaman así. Esta puede ser buena porque es de calidad hierro, Lo mismo a Alistar le viene... No, es peor. Bueno, daño 6, pero tiene más 2 de ataque. Es un poquito peor, pero el 2 de ataque... Es que la que lleva él es muy buena para empezar, tío. Para mí no tengo nada, ¿no? 11, 12, nada. 11, 9, 9, nada. Para mí nada tampoco. Guantes de cota de banja, 0,90. Pero pierdo uno de destreza, ¿vale? Pero bueno, me da igual, me lo pongo. Botas de alisanas, perderíamos 3 de defensa. Lo cual nos quedaríamos con 0,70. No, me quedo con esta que tiene 3 de defensa, son mejores. 5,10, igual. Y esta igual. Vale. Es que ahora se viene combate. Si habéis visto los capítulos... Bueno, los capítulos no. La otra vez, el intento anterior de jugar... Recordaréis lo que viene ahora, ¿vale? Tengo fatiga. Tengo sobrepeso. A ver, Alistar, si te puedo poner algo chachi. Las botas son iguales que las que tienes. 5,10, 4,25, nada. El escudo. Defensa 3, no, es peor. Vale. Toma. Resistencia al frío para ti. Y ala, vale. Continuamos. Quiero recordar que por aquí... ¡Uy! Esto me han dado, coño. Vamos. Vamos. Vale, es que somos 3 guerreros, gente, y un mago dando caña desde lejos. Entonces, claro. Se hace bastante más fácil. Con la arquera, como pegábamos muy poquito, pues se hizo un poquito más... Ahí hemos fallado, Se hizo un poquito más cuesta arriba. Es que aguantamos bastante más. Curación. Ahora si nos agarran... No sé si será así. Yo tengo la teoría de que en los Dragon Age es como... ¿Cómo decirlo? Cada clase tiene su propia debilidad. Entonces, a mí me da que los guerreros tienen muchísima debilidad a la magia. Entonces te enganchan dos magos y te ponen, pero mirando a Cuenca, ¿eh? Mirando a Cuenca. Flechitas. Por eso, como veis, siempre voy primero a por los magos, porque... Abra los perros que nos ayudan. Ahí está. Vale. Vamos a por el alfa. Siempre pendiente de las vidas. Vale, picor demoníaco. Escudos. Un arquito bueno. Vale, esto para aquí. Cofre que no podemos abrir. Perretes, ¿vais a venir o no? Se lía. Vale, se lo reventéis vosotros, yo me tiro para acá. Para, bam. ¡Al ataque! Mira cómo pega el aire, ¿eh? Ah, ya se ha muerto. Vale. Hora del saqueo. Un poquito de oro. Un poquito de oro. Un poquito de oro. Y un poquito de oro. Vale. Un poquito de oro. Esto es todo lo que me interesa, gente. Curaciones. Curaciones, raíz élfica. Vale. Más cajitas. La plasma, curación. Vale. La estantería no tiene nada, ¿no? Continuamos. Venga, un par de cajitas más. Uno de plata. Me faltan 11 slots, para ir sobrecargado. Vamos, vamos, vamos. Vale, limpito. Vale. Este cofre tiene cosas buenas, Santa. Vale, una ermita. Una macita, más flechas de fuego. Vale, vamos a dejar que cure y ya estamos curados. Vale. Porque ahora se viene. Ahora se viene el gordo. Los bichos realmente no sé de dónde salen, ¿eh? Los trolls. Pertenecen también a la ruina, pero no sé cómo los crean, me refiero. Vamos a tirarle un stun, que creo que lo fallo. ¿Vale? Resiste, vamos a romper brazos. Dale, dale, dale. Nada, no se le puede stunear, ¿eh? Intentar curar aquí al colega. Por lo menos que nos tanquee un poquito. ¡No! ¡Alistar! No. Creo que no puede, pero bueno, cúrate. Lo mata, lo mata. ¡Uf! Casi. Eso, pégame a mí, pégame a mí. Vamos, chicos. Vale, Alistar, cúrate otra vez. No. Que me queda el micro justo encima, gente, por eso no veo. Por eso no veo, me queda, por eso tengo que asomar. Venga, 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 venga. Fallo mucho, tío. No voy a gastar energía en el stun porque no. Uf. Cúrate, cúrate. Y Alistar también, cúrate. Ahí está. Vamos, vamos, vamos. Vamos, que eres mío ya. Dale, ¿por qué te paras? Mago me da igual. ¡Vamos! ¡Vamos, cabrón! ¡Hostia, qué bueno! Hostia, ¿eso lo tenía el original, gente? ¿O dos de la versión esta chachi? ¡Hostia! Eso no lo había visto yo, gente. ¡Hostia, qué bueno eso, tú! El ejecute. Eso ya... No recuerdo haber visto. Escudazo. Una runita de daño por electricidad para las armas. Genial. El auspicio este puede ser bueno para nuestro compi. A ver. No puede porque le falta fuerza. Fuerza 22. Ojito. Misma defensa. Tiene un poquito de más de fatiga porque al pesar pesará más y le cansa más. Desvía más proyectiles. El mismo modificador de fuerza, pero tiene resistencia a los hechizos más 4. Y probabilidad de evitar los ataques los de proyectil. O sea que eso es para antiarqueros. Eso está muy guay, ¿eh? A ver si hay algo... Uf, esto me suena a bugazo. Esperemos que no se nos bugue. Vamos a hacer un guardado. Ahí está. Bendito F5 por si crashea o lo que sea. Vamos a ver. Uf. Vale, 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 vale. Se ve, se ve. Vamos bien. Anda, desgraciado, hijo puta. Me dio mierda. Dios, qué asco. Es que le tengo un asco a este. Trencitas. Llevas mi peinado, cabrón, pero es un mierdas. Un mierdas eres. Ay, Logain. Yo te pillaré ya. Dios, qué asco, por Dios. A tomar por culo. Dios, ahí retuerce. Dios. Está prendida, Duncan. No ha sido por nuestra culpa. No ha sido por nuestra culpa, Duncan. ¡Dios! También estos estaban ahí de charleta. En vez de una guerra, pero bueno. Voy cuánta luz, por Dios. Un momento ahora. Hola, Chochi. Mira el pecho escombro. Hola, Morrigan. Vale, me acuerdo de ti. Eres la chica de la espesura.
I am Morrigan, lest you have forgotten, and we are in the wilds where I am bandaging your wounds.
Qué bien se ve,
You
tío.
are welcome, by the way. How does your memory fare? Do you remember Mother's rescue?
No. Recuerdo la primera vez que lo jugué, gente, que lo jugué con el PC anterior, que fue un PC de estos que he montado, que lo compré creo que fue en Miro, ¿vale? Creo que fue en Miro. Me valió 200 euros el PC. 300 con la pantalla, ¿vale? Pantalla, teclado, ratón y el PC. 300 euros, una ruina de PC. Al cual luego le metí una 940, me parece que es. 940 o 970, no me acuerdo. Le añadí. Pues imaginaos, los juegos se veían muy poquitas RAM, se veían los juegos. Podía jugar, pero bueno. De verlo ahora con este maquinón, que es un juego tan antiguo y que se ve así de bien, fijaros en los diseños. No tiene ningún diente de sierra. Está muy guay, gente. Me hace recordar la vieja época del anterior PC. Ella me ha rescatado de la torre.
Mother managed to save you and your friend, though 'twas a close call. What is important is that you both live. The man who was to respond to your signal quit the field. Darkspawn won your battle. Those he abandoned were massacred. Your friend, he is not taking it well.
Vale, mi amigo, ¿te refieres a alistar?
The suspicious dim-witted one who was with you before, yes. He is outside by the fire. Mother asked to see you when you awoke.
Vale, ¿por qué quiere verme tu madre?
I do not know. She rarely tells me her plans.
¿Mis heridas son graves?
Yes, but I expect you shall be fine. The Darkspawn did nothing Mother could not heal.
¿Qué sucedió con Alistar? ¿Está bien?
He is, as you are. I suppose it would be unkind to say he is being childish.
Es muy injusto, eran sus amigos.
And you think they would encourage his blubbering? If so, they are not the sort of Grey Wardens the legends note.
Tengo que hacerte algunas preguntas, si no te importa.
I do not mind. Take your time.
¿Estamos a salvo aquí?
We are safe, for the moment. Mother's magic keeps the Darkspawn away. Once you leave, 'tis uncertain what will happen. The Horde has moved on, so you might avoid it.
Vale, ¿por qué nos ha salvado tu madre?
I wonder at that myself. But she tells me nothing. Perhaps you were the only ones she could reach. I would have rescued your king. A king would be worth a much higher ransom than you.
Muchísimo mayor.
What a sensible attitude. Mother is seldom sensible, however.
¿Cómo ha conseguido rescatarnos?
She turned into a giant bird and plucked the two of you from atop the tower, one in each talon. If you do not believe that tale, then I suggest you ask Mother yourself. She may even tell you.
¿Ha habido algún superviviente?
Only stragglers that are long gone. You would not want to see what is happening in that valley now.
¿Por qué? ¿Qué está pasando?
Are you sure you want me to describe it?
Sí, por favor.
I had a good view of the battlefield. 'Tis a grisly scene. There are bodies everywhere, and Darkspawn swarm them, feeding, I think. They also look for survivors and drag them back down beneath the ground. I cannot say why.
¿Es posible rescatar a los supervivientes?
If you are willing to run into the midst of the horde, perhaps.
¿Por qué Logain nos ha abandonado?
I do not know who this Logain even is. Perhaps ask Mother of it.
Vale, ya he hecho preguntas.
I agree. 'Tis time you speak with Mother, then be on your way.
Ya me echas, joder. Me está echando, tío. Otra vez subimos de nivel. Fuerza, constitución. Perdón. Ojo, 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 interesante. Vamos a poner combate. Combate, combate, combate. Combate, sí, ¿no? Sí, porque... bueno, sí, combate. Vamos a subir. Cuanto antes subamos lo de combate, mejor. Vale, y así podemos acceder a ciertas habilidades más. Aunque no me interesa ninguna, gente. Estas son habilidades cargadas. Si activo todas, pues me quedo sin estamina. Entonces es un poco mierda. Me la voy a ahorrar, gente, para cuando tenga un poquito más de fuerza ir subiendo cositas. Esta está guay para bajar la defensa. Y esta está muy bien. Pasivo, que cada golpe tenga una posibilidad de aturdir. Esta está muy guay. Vale. Me la voy a guardar, gente. Voy a guardar el puntito, ¿vale? Para más adelante. Vamos a ver qué hay por aquí. Una daguita. Eso está cerrado. Hacer un guardado. Ahí está. Pues lo que pueda pasar. Vamos para afuera. Cuidado con los cortes de luz. Cuidado con los craseos del juego, no con los cortes de luz. Desgraciados.
See, here is your fellow Grey Warden. You worry too much.
Alistar, ¿cómo estás?
You're alive. I thought you were dead for sure.
Pues no, gracias a la madre de Morrigan.
This doesn't seem real. If it weren't for Morrigan's mother, we'd be dead on top of that tower.
Correcto.
Do not talk about me as if I am not present, lad.
I didn't mean... But what do we call you? You've never told us your name?
Names are pretty, but useless. The chastened folk call me Flemeth. I suppose it will do.
The Flemeth? From the legends? Daveth was right. You're the Witch of the Wilds, aren't you?
And what does that mean? I know a bit of magic, and it has served you both well, has it not?
Flemeth. Vamos a tirar de sarcasmo. Si eres Flemeth, deberías ser vieja y poderosa.
Must I? Age and power are relative. It depends on who is asking. Compared to you, yes, on both counts.
Then why didn't you save Duncan? He was our leader.
I am sorry for your Duncan, but your grief must come later. In the dark shadows before you take vengeance, as my mother once said. Duty must come now. It has always been the Grey Warden's duty to unite the lands against the Blight. Or did that change when I wasn't looking?
Eso cambió cuando la mayoría de ellos fueron masacrados.
If you think small numbers make you helpless, you are already defeated.
But we were fighting the Darkspawn. The king had nearly defeated them. Why would Loghain do this?
Now that is a good question. Men's hearts hold shadows darker than any tainted creature. Perhaps he believes the Blight is an army he can outmaneuver. Perhaps he does not see that the evil behind it is the truth.
El archidemonio. Ya veréis, el que no sepa de qué va la historia lo está viendo. Ya veréis por qué. Hay mucha historia detrás del archidemonio. ¿Qué es exactamente un archidemonio?
It is said that long ago, the Maker sent the old gods of the ancient Tevinter Imperium to slumber in prisons deep beneath the surface. An archdemon is an old god awakened and tainted by Darkspawn. Believe that or not, history says it's a fearsome and immortal thing, and only fools ignore history.
Ojito, a lo que es un archidemonio. Un dios antiguo que ha sido corrompido por los primeros engendros. ¿Nos ayudas a combatir a la ruina?
Me, I am just an old woman who lives in the wilds. I know nothing of blights and darkspawn.
Well, Whatever Loghain's insanity, he obviously thinks the Darkspawn are a minor threat. We must warn everyone this isn't the case.
And who will believe you? Unless you think to convince this Loghain of his mistake.
He just betrayed his own king. If Al Eamon knew what he did at Ostagar, he would be the first to call for his execution.
¿El Arlimon es alguien importante?
I suppose. Al Eamon wasn't at Ostagar. He still has all his men. And he was Kaelin's uncle. I know him. He's a good man, respected in the Landsmeet. Of course, we could go to Redcliffe and appeal to him for help.
Me parece una idea excelente. No olvides que también Loghain era un hombre honorable. No olvides que Loghain era un hombre honorable. Como elfo me pega.
The Owl would never do what Tairn Loghain did. I know him too well.
Vale.
I still don't know if Al Eamon's help would be enough. He can't defeat the Darkspawn horde by himself.
Vale. Necesitamos al resto de los guardas.
I don't know how to contact them, or if they're even on their way. We need to do something now.
You have more at your disposal than you think.
Of course! The treaties! Grey Wardens can demand aid from dwarves, elves, mages, and other places. They're obligated to help us during a blight.
I may be old, but dwarves, elves, mages, this Arl Eamon, and who knows what else. This sounds like an army to me.
Correcto.
So can we do this? Go to Redcliffe and these other places and build an army?
No queda otra, ¿no? A ver, ¿qué contestamos? Dudo mucho que sea tan fácil.
And when is it ever?
It's always been the Grey Warden's duty to stand against the blight. And right now, we're the Grey Wardens.
So you are set then, ready to be Grey Wardens.
¿Qué remedio? Sí, gracias por todo, Flemet.
No, thank you. You are the Grey Wardens here, not I. Now, before you go, there is yet one more thing I can offer you.
The stew is bubbling, Mother dear. Shall we have 2 guests for the eve, or none?
The Grey Wardens are leaving shortly, girl. And you will be joining them.
Such a shame. What?
You heard me, girl. The last time I looked, you had ears.
Gracias, pero si Morrigan no quiere venir con nosotros.
Her magic will be useful. Even better, she knows the wilds and how to get past the horde.
Have I no say in this?
You have been itching to get out of the wilds for years. Here is your chance. As for you, Wardens, consider this repayment for your lives.
Vale, la llevaremos con nosotros.
Not to look a gift horse in the mouth, but won't this add to our problems? Out of the wilds, she's an apostate.
If you do not wish help from us illegal mages, young man, perhaps I should have left you on that tower.
Claro.
Point taken.
Mother, this is not how I wanted this. I'm not even ready.
You must be ready. Alone, these two must unite for Eldon against the Darkspawn. They need you, Morrigan. Without you, they will surely fail, and all will perish under the blight. Even I
understand.
And you, Wardens, do you understand? I give you that which I value above all in this world. I do this because you must succeed.
Lo entiendo.
Allow me to get my things, if you please.
Bueno.
I am at your disposal, Grey Wardens. I suggest a village north of the wilds as our first destination. It is not far, and you will find much you need there. Or, if you prefer, I shall simply be your silent guide. The choice is yours.
Vale. No, prefiero que digas lo que piensas.
You will regret saying that.
Dear, sweet mother, you are so kind to cast me out like this. How fondly I shall remember this moment.
Como la Morrigan, tío.
If you want something done, do it yourself.
Aquel que sepa su historia y tal, y lo que pasa, y quién es y tal. Es una pasada. El personaje de Morrigan para mí es de mis favoritos de Dragon Age. ¿De verdad quieres llevarlo con nosotros solo porque su madre lo desea? ¿Necesitamos toda la ayuda que podemos conseguir? Correcto.
I am so pleased to have your approval.
A decir verdad, tengo algunas preguntas.
I may have answers. Ask.
A ver. ¿Eres realmente la hija de Flemeth?
'Twas she who raised me, and thus I consider her my mother, born from her womb or not. 'Tis what you meant, yes?
¿Y ella se va a quedar aquí sola?
Mother was alone long before I came, and will be so long after I am dead. Such is her choice, though I suspect she would claim the choice was made for her.
¿Has salido alguna vez de la espesura?
From time to time. I have been to the village I mentioned, watched its people, and pondered what curious beings they are. On occasion, I purchased goods from the village merchants. There I spoke with men a little. There they stared and knew me as an outsider. Mother wishes for me to expand the horizon of my experience beyond the wilds. Even she was not born here.
¿Es lo que quieres?
What I want is to see mountains. I wish to witness the ocean and step into its waters. I want to experience a city rather than see it in my mind.
Bueno.
So, yes, this is what I want. Actually, leaving is harder than I thought, however. Perhaps Mother is right. It must simply be done quickly.
Vale. Háblame del pueblo que hay al norte.
It is a small place of little consequence called
Lothering.
No more than a stop along your imperial highway where travelers purchase goods from local farms and smiths.
Vale.
I would go more often were it not for the town's chantry. It makes the village particularly intolerant and unpleasant for a stranger such as me.
A chantry? And they never in all this time thought that maybe you were a witch?
Of course they have. They even called out their Templars once. They found nothing.
¿Hay algún motivo para ir al Lothering, entonces?
I mention it for its tavern, where travelers gather with news from other places. 'Tis small enough that our appearance might go unnoticed. Beyond that, 'tis close, and I know the way.
Vale. ¿Cómo burlamos a los engendros?
The real question is how we are going to get your friend past the Darkspawn, is it not?
That's true. We can sense the Darkspawn. Conversely, they can sense us.
Yo no percibo ningún engendro, todavía no somos 100%, ¿vale?
You won't right away. No. It takes time. We should be able to sneak past smaller groups, but larger ones, or particularly intelligent Darkspawn, will always detect us.
Mother has given me something else for them to smell instead as we pass by. It is important we head out of the wilds, however, not farther in.
¿Han acampado en el interior del bosque?
They come from underground, like an eruption. They broke through deep within the forest, and that is where they will be most concentrated.
Vale. ¿Qué sabes hacer?
I know a few spells, though I am nowhere near as powerful as Mother. I have also studied history and your Grey Warden treaties.
Can you cook?
I can cook, yes.
Pues podría sustituir a Alistair, le voy a tirar la pullita.
Right, my cooking will kill us. That's all I meant.
I also know at least 15 different poisons that grow right here in this marsh. Not that I would suggest 'tis at all related to cooking.
Muy bien.
Farewell, Mother. Do not forget the stew on the fire. I would hate to return to a burned-down hut.
Bah! 'Tis far more likely you will return to see this entire area, along with my hut, swallowed up by the blood.
All I meant was...
Yes, I know. Do try to have fun, dear.
Muy bien. Pues ya tenemos a Morrigan con nosotros. Vale, esto es el puntito que hemos dejado ahí a medias. Vamos a intentar ahí, igualarla. Vamos a cogerle esto. Y le vamos a coger... Vale, tiene un sostenido, ¿eh? Que yo no lo había visto. Entonces este se la pela. Vale, vamos a coger este para pasar a este luego para que no tenga penalizaciones, pero sin activarlo, ¿vale? Porque este es otro mantenido. Vale, y el nuestro pues pasamos un poquito de él. Vale. Y además hemos ganado... lo diré, aprobación con este personaje. Muy bien, nos vamos. Bueno, querida Flemet, no sé si puedo hablar con ella.
Have you not left yet? I hope you are not hanging about for some stew. Questions. One would think a Grey Warden would be more interested in action.
¿Puedo preguntarte por tu magia?
What good would it do you? You are no mage. It is sufficient that I have passed on my knowledge to Morrigan, and I pass her on to you.
Like a worn dress or an old pair of shoes.
Are you still here? You cannot give them away, apparently.
Creo que no me había parado a hablar con ella nunca, ¿eh? ¿Cuánto hace que vives aquí?
Since before I was wrinkled and old. Ah, you may think it strange, but I was once young and beautiful.
Me lo creo.
Just as Morrigan is now. Yes,
Lo creo.
men desired Flemeth then, and some even killed for her.
Hay un dato muy importante en esa frase que está ahí arriba. ¿No parece que eso te alegre mucho?
I am not, nor was I then. It dictated all that followed. But enough. You have your task to
Muy
complete.
importante en esta conversación. ¿Qué harás cuando nos hayamos ido?
Have a moment's peace for once.
I hear the peace of the grave is eternal.
This is the thanks I get for feeding you and putting up with you for this long. Ah, may your child one day treat you the same.
Feed me, she says. Without me, I swear, she shall be caked in dirt and eating tree bark inside of a month.
¿Algún consejo?
About the Darkspawn?
Sí.
Only that they are more cunning than they appear. More important by far is the Archdemon. It is the core of this taint, and while it lives, so does the Blight. This Ternlogain is different. You must deal with the repercussions of his deeds before you can face the Archdemon, unless it finds you first. Then we are done. Now, if you will excuse me, I have some dinner to eat.
Muy bien, te dejo cenar, Flemet. Vámonos. Guardadito. Nos vamos. Al Lothering. Y veis como la mancha de... Esta mancha de gente que se ve aquí, que va aumentando y tal, es la ruina, ¿vale? Capital.
I expect each of you to supply these men. We must rebuild what was lost at Ostagar, and quickly. There are those who would take advantage of our weakened state if we let them. We must defeat this Darkspawn incursion, but we must do so sensibly and without hesitation.
Ya se ha puesto al mando el perro, ¿eh?
If I might speak. You have declared yourself Queen Honora's regent, and claim we must unite under your banner for our own good. But what of the army lost at Ostagar? Your withdrawal was most fortuitous.
Everything I have done has been to secure Ferelden's independence. I have not shirked my duty to the throne, and neither will any of you!
The Banon will not bow to you simply because you demand it.
Understand this. I will brook no threat to this nation from you or anyone.
No recuerdo muy bien el trasfondo detrás de este pavo. Pero vamos, tiene un tortazo a mano abierta, pero gordo, ¿eh?
Antigon, please.
Your Majesty, your father risks civil war. If Eamon were here...
Antigon, my father is doing what is best.
No te lo crees ni tú, con la cara que has puesto.
Your Majesty?
Muy bien. Ahí el perrete, ¿eh? Ahora viene el perrete. Qué pinta con los cuernos, tío, ¿eh? Mira, 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 mira qué pintazas. ¡Hola, amigo! Hola, colega. Este es el que salvamos en la perrera, ¿vale? Sí, 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 sí. Vente, vente, corre. Ven aquí. Ven aquí. ¿Quién ha sido? El que ha hecho el... Ahí está el alfa. Venga, por él. Ven aquí. Bueno, espérate. Vamos a limpiar. Son muchos. Venga, va a estar. Ahí estás. Ahí te tengo. Ven aquí. Ven aquí. Toma. Toma. ¿Por qué se me quita el indómito, tío? Venga. Hostia, no, pero me está poniendo fino, ¿eh? Hostia, me han matado al Alistar, tú. Bueno, matado. Me han dejado inconsciente. Gracias, Morrigan. No, la levanta, Alistar, hijo. Padea mientras menea alegremente la cola. ¡Hola, colega! Esos engendros tenebrosos no te han hecho nada, ¿verdad, pequeño?
I think he was out there looking for you. He's chosen you. Mabari are like that. They call it imprinting.
Does this mean we're going to have this mangy beast following us about now? Wonderful.
He's not mangy.
Siempre he querido tener un perro. Puede que sea el destino. Le voy a poner, ¿cómo le pongo a todos, gente? Para el que no lo sepa, fue mi perrita durante 17 años. Luna, ¿vale? ¿Quién ha subido de nivel? No se va a quitar hasta que no ponga el puto talento, tío. Yo qué sé. Vale, venga, vamos a poner esta, golpe poderoso. Vamos a coger esta, gente, y luego cogemos la de fuerza a 2 manos, ¿vale? Y no tiene penalizaciones, ¿vale? Lo que pasa es que de momento la vamos a quitar. Muy bien, pues ya tenemos... aquí hay una hierba. Una hierba no, una hierba. Pilla, pilla. Vámonos. Más hierbitas. Epa. Al Odering. Guardadito. Esta mancha la iremos viendo cómo crece y tal, que es la expansión de la plaga, iba a decir, de la ruina. Hola. Me acuerdo de tu cara.
They don't look much like them others, you know. Maybe we should just let these ones pass.
Deberías.
Nonsense. Greetings, travelers.
Hola.
Highwaymen, preying on those fleeing the Darkspawn, I suppose.
They are fools to get in our way. I say, teach them a lesson.
Now, is that any way to greet someone? A simple 10 silvers and you're free to move on.
Vale. Entonces sois recolectores de peaje.
Indeed, for the upkeep of the Imperial Highway. It's a bit of a mess, isn't it?
Es que le tiraría la pullita de entonces quizá deberías cobrarme más, pero a lo mejor el juego me cobra más. Entonces, ¿ves a arreglar el camino? No me lo creo.
Not much gets past you, I see.
Hombre.
It's not really a toll. We're just robbing you, see?
Do shut up. Even a genlock would have understood that.
Olvídalo, no pienso pagar.
Well, I can't say I'm pleased to hear that. We have rules, you know.
Right. We get to ransack your corpse then. Those are the rules.
Intimidar. ¿De verdad quieres luchar contra un guardia gris?
Did he say he's a Grey Warden? Them ones killed the king.
Traitors to Ferelden, I hear. Tern Loghain put quite a bounty on any who are found.
But are them Grey Wardens good? I mean, really good? Good enough to kill a king?
You have a point. Well, let's forget about the toll. We'll just leave you to your darkspawn fighting, king-killing ways.
Persuadir, ya sabes, a los guardias grises no vendría bien una donación. Vamos a dar la vuelta a la tortilla.
Really good, boss. Remember?
Well, yes. 20 silvers? That's all we've collected today.
Vale.
Then take it. Do enjoy your stay in Lothering and all that.
Ahora, a tomar por culo de aquí. Vais a robar a vuestra puta madre, iba a decir. Medallón del caballero y nota del caballero. ¿Por qué no? Ah. Vale, un escrito de Sir Henrik. Son muchos los caballeros que hemos partido en busca de la urna. Seguramente algunos de ellos haya encontrado al hermano Genitivi o Genitivi. Sin embargo, hasta que no me digan que todo va bien, debo proceder según lo previsto. El hermano Genitivi es la clave para encortar la urna, de las cerdizas sagradas. Siempre lo hemos sabido, pero creo que ahora sé dónde descansa el hermano Genitivi. He estado en su casa de Denerim y he encontrado el rastro. Pero me sorprende que otros caballeros no hayan hecho lo mismo, o quizás sí lo hayan hecho. No, es mejor no dejarse llevar por la conspiración. Sir Donald espera mi informe en Lothering. Debo partir inmediatamente para comunicar lo que he averiguado. Si alguien encuentra estas diatribas, lo único que le pido es que informe a Sir Donald de mi destino. Ruego para que pueda lograr lo que yo no he podido. Un escrito de Sir Henrik de Risco Rojo. ¿Vale? Caballerete este que está aquí. Trampa, champiñón de las profundidades. ¿Qué acaba de pasar? Ah, que les he robado. Bueno. Les he robado sin querer, creo. Uy. Uy. A ver, amigo. Joder, te están poniendo morado, ¿eh?
All right. We surrender. We're just trying to get by before the darkspawn get us all.
Salir adelante, eres un criminal.
Yes, I'm a criminal. I admit it. I apologize.
Quiero que me respondáis a las preguntas.
Well, what could I tell you? We aren't even from these parts.
¿Qué habéis estado haciendo últimamente?
Well, watching for folks fleeing from the south. Chasing from the wilds and farmholders, mostly. There aren't soldiers here anymore, so we help ourselves. We try not to hurt anyone too much.
Uy, por eso me vienes al cuello. ¿Qué pasa en Lothering?
It's packed full. The band took his men north with Tern Loghain, so there's no one looking out for it except a few Templars at the Chantry. Well, I was just trying to feed my family, you know?
Perdón. ¿Has oído hablar de algún superviviente de la batalla?
Couple, maybe. A group of wounded ash warriors came by earlier. Got right out of their way.
Noticias. Vamos. Cuenta, cuenta.
Everyone's saying how the Grey Wardens betrayed the king during the Darkspawn fight. Got him and themselves killed. Turn Loghain pulled out just in time. The first thing he's doing as regent is putting a bounty on Grey Wardens. Well then, let me go!
Entrada a mi mando. Me vendría bien algunos soldados.
What are you joking, right? I could never be a soldier.
Entrega todo lo que habéis robado.
Yes, yes, of course. The coins we collected are right here. Just over 100 silvers. The rest is in the chests we brought. I swear.
Entonces empezar a correr.
Bless you. The Darkspawn can have this
Venga,
place.
venga. He matado a 3. Bueno. Me doy por satisfecho. Cataplasma. ¿Exceso de inventario? Sí, ya estoy a tope, tío. Pues menos mal que aquí hay para vender ya. 4 de oro llevamos, ¿eh? Aquí... aquí el equipo es muy caro, ¿eh?
Well, there it is. Lothering. Pretty as a painting.
Ah, so you have finally decided to rejoin us, have you? Falling on your blade in grief seemed like too much trouble, I take it.
Is my being upset so hard to understand? Have you never lost someone important to you? Just what would you do if your mother died?
Before or after I stopped laughing.
Right, very creepy.
Vale, ¿de qué querías hablar, Alistar? ¿Has estado muy callado?
Yes, I know. I was just thinking.
No wonder it took so long, then.
Oh, I get it. This is the part where we're shocked to discover how you've never had a friend your entire life.
I can be friendly when I desire to. Alas, desiring to be more intelligent does not make it so.
Anyway, I thought we should talk about where we intend to go first.
Vale. ¿Alguna idea?
This should be good.
I think what Flemeth suggested is the best idea. These treaties, have you looked at them?
No.
There are 3 main groups that we have treaties for. The Dalish Elves, the Dwarves of Orzammar, and the Circle of Magi. I also still think that Arleman is our best bet for help. We might even want to go to him first.
Vale. ¿Hay algún modo de ponerse en contacto con los guardas?
Short of leaving Ferelden to seek them out, the only place to send word to would be Weishaupt Fortress. And that's thousands of miles away.
¿Qué piensas que deberíamos hacer, Morrigan?
Go after your enemy directly. Find this man Loghain and kill him. The rest of this business with the treaties can then be done in safety.
Yes, he certainly wouldn't see that coming, and it's not like he has the advantage of an army and experience and...
I was asked for my opinion and I gave it. If your wish is to come up with reasons why something cannot be done, we will stand here until the Darkspawn are upon us.
También tienes razón, Morrigan, ¿eh? ¿Por qué dejas la decisión en mis manos?
Well, I don't know where we should go. I'll do whatever you decide.
Now that is unsurprising.
Arleman is a good man, but I don't know for sure he's where we should go. I'm not going to fight about it.
Vale, entonces tenemos que encontrarlo.
I can give you directions if you like.
¿Dónde podemos encontrar a
He'll
Limón?
be at Castle Redcliffe, in the far western part of Ferelden, next to the mountain passes. If he isn't there, someone will be able to tell us where he is.
Vale. Mi clan ya ha huido hacia el norte, no lo encontraremos.
There must be other Dalish in Ferelden, in fact I'm sure of it. If we head eastward, towards the Brazilian forest, we should hear word of one of the clans that wanders that area. Hopefully they will still be there.
Vale, otro clan diferente. ¿Los enanos?
We would need to speak to their king in Orzammar. That means heading west into the Frostback Mountains, which won't be easy.
¿Y el círculo de magos?
That would be at their tower on Lake Carlenhard to the north. We'll be looking for the first enchanter, whoever that is.
Loghain.
If he isn't out in the field with his army, he's probably going to be at the palace in Denerim. We can go to Denerim, but somehow I suspect that they're not going to let us just walk around. Only a suspicion, of course.
Vale.
Then you have a plan.
Vámonos.
Fair enough. Let's head into the village whenever you're ready.
Perfecto. Vamos a fisgar lo primero. Hola, amigo. Una raicita.
So let's talk about your mother for a moment.
I'd rather talk about your mother.
Well, there's nothing to talk about. And besides, isn't your mother a scary witch who lives in the middle of a forest? Much more interesting.
To you, perhaps. You would find the moss growing upon a stone interesting.
You know what's more interesting than that? Apostates, mages outside of the tower. That's illegal, you know.
You did not read that in a book somewhere, did you? I hope the small letters did not strain you overmuch.
Oh, we could not talk about your mother. That works for me.
Me paro, gente, porque estas conversaciones hay algunas que son muy buenas.
Now is better than later.
Una raíz. Una daguita. No puedo, tío. Vale. Era para vender, más que nada, pero bueno. Refugiado, refugiado, refugiado. Refugiado, refugiado. Vale. Refugiados. Vale. Ya sabéis que... Bueno. Esto sí que me lo quiero llevar porque esto es caro, gente. A ver. Podríamos tirarle a... Este tendrá 2 heridas, tiene. El pobre. Vamos a tirarle... Es que esta es de 3. Bueno, vamos a tirarle a esta así. Fíjatela. Ahí está. Y cogemos la caja. Vale, pues vamos a ir a venderlo primero porque si no, no podemos hacer nada, gente. Vamos a hacer un repaso al equipo. Armas, creo que no hemos pillado ninguna que nos valga a nosotros, ¿verdad? No. Cota de malla pesada de acero 8,75. Pero fijaros lo que pesa, ¿eh? Uf, súper pesada, gente. Pesa 15. Es muy pesada. Inspector, ¿qué es esto? Voluntad +1, esto para la maga. Vale, este estaría. A ver, alistar, colega. ¿Tenemos algo para darte? Daño 6, ataque 2, que creo que se pondría en 7 con poco. 7,3, una cosa así. Si no me fallan los cálculos. Maza de bárbaro de acero, fuerza +1. No está mal, ¿eh? No está nada mal esto. Pero bueno, es que la suya es muy buena. A ver. No tengo para darte ningún casco. Armaduras son iguales. El auspicio no lo puedes usar todavía. Este es el de voluntad. A ver, Morrigan, colega. Tengo un bastón para ti. Que es un poquito peor, ¿no? Potencia de hechizos +1, +5 del daño espiritual. Te vale. Toma, toma, amiga. Bastoncito. Tengo... Aprendiz, resistencia. Coño. +1 de voluntad. Me vale. Toma. Qué feo es. Que son feísimas, tío. +2 de magia, +10 al daño por frío. Como tiene el golpe de escarcha, se lo ponemos. Oh, la armadura está guapa. Pero los cascos son horrorosos en este juego, ¿eh? Pero horrorosos, gente. Le vamos a poner inspector. Ahí está. Vale. Continuamos. Vamos a ver. Te has puesto una armadura pesada o inmensa. Aunque estas categorías de armadura confieren una protección excelente, has de saber que reducen la velocidad de ataque del personaje. Una mosca aquí, pegamos. Aunque el talento maestro del acero... Aunque el talento maestro del arco. Las armaduras de peso también suelen producir cansancio, lo que traduce en un aumento de porcentual en el coste de maná o en vigor para activar un hechizo. Bueno, eso, lo que yo os he dicho antes, ¿no? Pero aparte de eso, nos volvemos más lentos atacados. Me la está dando la mosca, ¿eh? Vale, a ver qué me cuentas. ¿Qué quieres decir?
The Chantry and Tavern are full to bursting. There simply isn't enough food to go around, and we Templars can barely keep order. You'd be better off elsewhere, my friend.
¿No me vas a dejar entrar?
I'm just warning you, things may not be as hospitable as you would expect. People are frightened.
Vale, ¿hay alguien al cargo?
The band has marched north with Terran Loghain, so Lothering's on its own. Most folks look to Elder Miriam.
Miriam.
Otherwise, you could speak to Sir Bryant in the Chantry, I suppose. It's up to you.
Vale, vamos a hablar con el mercader, que además es una misioncita. Vale. Vaya pintas lleva Morrigan, por Dios. Con la puta mosca de los cojones, como te coja, te como.
I should have the Templars give away everything in your carts.
You wouldn't dare. Any of you step too close to my goods and I'll...
It's so nice to see everyone working together in a crisis. Warms the heart.
Oh, you there. You look able. Would you care to make a tiny profit helping a beleaguered businessman?
¿Tus beneficios están suscitando malestar?
You could say that, yes.
The nerve of these people.
He is charging outlandish prices for things people desperately need. Their blood is filling his pockets.
'Tis only survival of the fittest. All of these cretins would do the same in his shoes, given the chance.
Cago en la mosca.
Supplies. The people decide what those supplies are worth to them.
You bought most of your wares from these very people last week. Now they flee for their lives, and you want to talk business?
Look, stranger, I've 100 silvers if you drive this rabble.
Una de oro. Una moneda de oro.
I'm an honest merchant, nothing more.
Vale, ¿no crees que te estás aprovechando?
Would it help these folks if they could buy no goods at all?
They spend their very last coin because they are desperate, and this man preys upon them as surely as the bandits outside the city.
Ah, I'm not arguing anymore. Drive off this woman and get your 100 silvers. Otherwise, I'm taking my wagon and leaving.
¿Cómo? ¿Me estás amenazando encima? Creo que puedes llegar a un acuerdo y seguir obteniendo beneficios, ¿no te parece?
Perhaps. If that woman agrees, I'm allowed to charge something.
Do what you must, so long as the prices do not beggar the needy.
Fine, fine, done. And since you don't look too needy, normal prices for you.
So, we have come to solve every squabble in the village personally. My, but the Darkspawn will...
No, Morrigan, hay que ayudar a la gente, joder. Cago en la mosca de los huevos, que es que encima viene a las manos y me molesta la cabrona. Será por el alcohol de... que lo tengo aquí. El alcohol de las manos, coño. El sanitol este, no me acuerdo cómo se llama. A ver, amigo.
Don't suppose you're looking to buy something.
De hecho, vengo a eso. Me interesa, a ver qué tienes.
Just don't buy everything up.
Vale, a ver, me interesa venderte todo. Vamos a vaciar. Vender. Espadón, espadón. Menos el escudo. Vale, sí que tenemos ahí guardado. Vale, vender, vender, vender. Los billetes me les quedo también. Vale. Fuera, fuera, fuera. Ah, pierde el encanto. Bueno. Ya que lo he vendido, da igual. Vender. Esta no la voy a vender, gente, porque es de un DLC. Sacaríamos 4 piezas de oro. Vale, esta me la voy a guardar. Y la tendré ahí de momento hasta que... yo qué sé. O la tire, o la guarde, o alguna cosa de esas, ¿vale? Este es de un DLC y es un armadurón. Necesitamos 38 de fuerza, ¿vale? Es un armadurón de la hostia, ¿vale? Pero... la dejaremos por aquí. Esto me lo voy a guardar porque no sé exactamente para quién es. No sé quién es el que lo usa. Algún personaje tiene que usar los cristales estos, pero no sé quién es. Juramento de los guardas me la voy a guardar, ¿vale? Porque es el collar del inicio del juego por lore, más que nada, ¿vale? Vale, estos son ácidos, bla, 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 bla. Mal, aquí esto es lo que me interesa vender. Esto es un regalo, ¿no? Esmeralda, topacio, malaquitas, granates, cuarzo, nefrita y pieles de lobo. Ahí está. Vale, y nos hemos quedado con 29 de peso. Hemos sacado 6 piezas de oro. Vale, a ver qué vende este pavo. Esto es lo que he vendido yo. Darmisu. Un dragón bastante bueno, el dragón. Espadón equilibrado, 11. Nada, no me interesa. Espada larga enana. Esta es muy buena, ¿eh? 8,4. 8,4. Vale, eso no me interesa. Yelmo de acero me podría interesar para alistar, ¿vale? Aunque si sacamos algún otro, nos lo ponemos nosotros y le damos a alistar el nuestro. Vale, aquí no tiene nada. ¿Tienes algo de veneno, colega? No, ¿verdad? Porque es que hay una misión ahora aquí adelante. Uff. Claro, pero esto no tenemos, tío. No sabemos hacer venenos. Si no comprábamos la recetilla, porque hay una misión ahora aquí de hacer venenos. Entonces... Vale, antes de avanzar, por aquí había un niño. Niño robado. Hola.
Greetings to you, good sir. If it isn't too much to ask, might you spare some bread or anything?
¿Qué te sucede? ¿Qué ha sucedido?
We thought it would be safer in Lothering. The Terran would bring his soldiers here.
Son elfos, ojo.
Attacked us and took everything. Our food, our clothes, my daughter's pet lamb. Nobody cares about a few elves like us. Surely you understand.
Me encontré con los bandidos y los he expulsado.
That's wonderful news. Perhaps our belongings are still there.
I can't thank you enough, friend. Even if we don't get everything back, it's good to know others will be safe.
¿Qué algo, amigos? Vale, el nene que está aquí. Oh, escombros. Escombros. Vitela en blanco. Para escribir. Eso es para hacer pergaminos. Hola, chiquitín. Eso depende. ¿Quién es tu madre?
She's really tall, and she has red hair. We live on a big farmhold, all of us. Some mean men with swords came, and Mother told me to run to the village as fast as I could, so I did. She said she'd be right behind me, but I've been waiting and waiting, and I can't see her.
¿Tu padre?
He went with William to the neighbours yesterday, but he didn't come back.
No creo que vayan a venir, amigo.
Why not? Why would she leave me here?
No creo que lo haya hecho a propósito.
But she must be coming.
No puedes esperar aquí eternamente. ¿Qué pasa si no viene?
I don't know. Maybe I should
No,
come home and
no, a casa no. No. Si quieres te acompañaré a la granja.
No, I'm big enough to go myself. The mean men must be gone by now.
No, cago en la leche. He metido la pata ahí, gente. No quería que fuera solo el niño, ¿no? Un regalito, unos frasquitos para pociones. Cago en la leche, tío. 2 de oro. Anillo de hierro. Hola.
And Eileen spoke unto the masses, my hearth is yours, my bread is yours, my life is yours. For all who walk in the sight of the Maker are one.
Hola.
Let all repeat the chant of light. Only the word dispels the darkness upon us.
He can't answer you. He's chanted Devons.
¿Cantor? ¿Qué es un cantor?
One of them that can only say the chant of light. His board has letters of good deeds to be doing.
Vale.
Father fixed Widow Allison's roof once, and the charter paid him, he did.
A learned child is a blessing upon his parents and onto the Maker.
Entonces es algo parecido a un voto de silencio. ¿No puedo hablar normalmente?
Unless it's the chant of light, no.
And so Rajmael in the heathen temple recanted. Speak only the word, sing only the chant, then the golden city is thine, spoke Andraste.
¿El cantor dice cómo?
What?
Oh, you got him to speak. Ha!
What hath man's sin wrought?
Oh, he cheated.
Hay algo interesante en el tablón. Le hemos hecho... No lo sabía yo que se podía hacer eso. Le hemos hecho fallar el voto, tío. Qué hijo de puta.
Champions of the just.
Le hemos hecho fallar el voto, tío. Qué cabrón. Vale, vale. Bandidos por todas partes. Saber que quienes se ceban sobre los refugiados afrontan una condena capital. El hacedor desprecia a los bandidos y demás gente de su misma calaña. Los templarios ofrecen una generosa recompensa por la captura o la ejecución de los líderes de los grupos de bandidos que ejercen su detestable oficio en el bosque y los caminos del norte. Ser prudentes, pues los bandidos son numerosos y poseen no poca destreza. Solo un grupo experto y bien entrenado deberá afrontar esta misión. Rezaremos por todo aquel que lo intente. Las buenas gentes de la zona y los viajeros indican que hay 3 grupos de bandidos en los bosques del norte. Este humilde cantor quiere subrayar una vez más las palabras de cautela de Sir Brian. No queremos que nadie más sea víctima de esos malvados. La recompensa por este servicio es de 3 soberanos, o sea, 3 monedas de oro. ¿Vale? Que el hacedor cuide de sus hijos en esta hora de necesidad. Me la llevo. Bueno, aquí está el fumado este.
On your doorstep, they will feast upon our hearts. There is nowhere to run. This evil will cover the world like a plague of locusts.
Please, you're scaring the children.
Better to slit their throats now than let them suffer at Darkspawn hands. There, one of their minions is already amongst us.
Esto nunca lo he entendido. ¿Cómo lo sabe?
Can you not see the vile blackness that fills him?
¿Es que nadie va a hacerle callar?
Be my guest. I've no urge to try out that axe of his.
I watched the Black Horde descend on my people. Darkness swallowed the marshes whole. This minion is but the first of those who will destroy us.
No, es que, ¿veis, gente? No lo entiendo. Porque no llevamos ninguna ropa distintiva o vamos gritándolo por los 4 vientos de que somos cobardes grises, gente. Entonces no sé cómo este lo sabe. No, nunca he llegado a entenderlo. No seas estúpido, ¿se puede vencer a los engendros?
No, I have seen them. You cannot run. You cannot fight.
Pero colgado. Quédate por aquí. Dando gritos no te ayudará a salvarte.
There is nothing to do. No hope is left.
¿Puedes cacarear como una gallina mientras haces eso?
Are you calling me a coward?
Te estoy llamando idiota para un momento a escuchar lo que estás diciendo, persuadir.
I have shamed my ancestors, but the blackness will come.
He was right, wasn't he? There's no hope for us.
Siempre hay esperanza, debéis tener valor, persuadir.
You're right. We can't give up.
Y menos vosotros que sois.
What are we supposed to do?
We can't lie down and die either. We must go north to Denerim.
Correcto. Logro persuasivo. A ver, ¿el templario me cuenta algo? Vale, pues no. Una chita para vender. Vale, aquí está la iglesia. Pero casi mejor vamos a hablar con Leliana primero, ¿no? Sí, yo creo que sí. Vamos a hacer primero lo que hay por fuera y luego vamos a la iglesia. ¿Vale? Y luego ya en la iglesia hacemos varias cosas del tirón.
So tell me something, Morrigan. Did you live there in that forest your entire life?
I left it on occasion, but I always returned. Why? Is that so strange? It was my home.
But it was just you and your mother there. No one else.
Mother occasionally had company.
¡Ojo!
What? Company? Do I even want to ask?
No, you really don't.
¡Ojo! Vale. Refugiado, minero. Vamos a por el cofre. Está la taberna. Vale. Vamos Vamos a hacer un guardado rápido, por si acaso. Gracias. Cotilla, cotilla. Refugiado. Vale, ahora entramos en la capilla. Voy a la capilla, en la taberna, ¿vale? Misión. Cofre. La daguita.
Hello.
Hola, amiga.
Stranger. I don't suppose you know anyone that can make traps.
¿Para qué necesitan las trampas?
Old man Barlin said that Darkspawn may be coming soon. He's got traps on his farm. I figured I'd put a few on my lands. Barlin wants to poison his traps. I just want normal traps.
¿Por qué no las compras?
None to be had. Barlin has all the traps in the village in his fields.
¿Barlin le ha puesto trampas envenenadas?
Oh, he doesn't have any poison yet, thank the maker. So his fields are just full of traps. He can be a bit eccentric.
Vale. Lo siento, pero no entendemos.
I didn't mean to bother you.
No me importunas, pero no tengo la habilidad de trampero. Así que...
Why do you always go on about how stupid I am? I'm not stupid, am I?
If you need to ask the question...
Because it hurts my manly feelings, you know. Or one of them.
Then I'll be sure to write you an apology once all of this is over.
I was educated by the Chantry. I studied history. They don't make stupid Templars.
Then I must have been mistaken. I'm very impressed.
No, you're not. You're not even listening to me.
My, you are smarter than you look after all. Your Chantry must have been very proud.
Muy bien. Creo que a este le podíamos mandar a buscar, creo, ¿no? ¿Ves algo interesante, Luna? Dale caña. ¿No has encontrado nada? No pasa nada. No, que te doy un meneo. Ven que te doy un meneo. Hola. Dale ahí. Un achuchón. Muy bien.
What do you need? Ask away.
Ojo, ojo. Pero bueno, esto se lo podíamos preguntar mejor en el campamento. Sí. Mejor en el campamento luego hacemos conversaciones con todos, gente. Así vamos luego al día. Le he dado al espacio para saltar. Vale, por aquí hay algo... A ver, algo escondido. Hola. Cofre o algo, ¿no? Ya, bueno. Pum, 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 pum. Los gallineros. Oh, oh, pum, pum, pum. Champiñón. Raíces élficas. Turururururu. Refugiado, minero, refugiado, refugiado, refugiado. Un cofre que no puedo abrir. Hola, Miriam.
You got a bed for the night. You taken care of.
¿Qué?
Lothering's full up with refugees. Might be space in Allison's barn. Speak up.
En realidad era yo quien esperaba poder ayudar.
Don't need blades right now. We need beds, food, and an end to all these sad sots. Don't suppose you know anything of tonics, medicines, or herbs.
Yo no, pero mi colega sí.
And you may be able to do us a lot of good. All manner of travelers come through, many injured or sick. We do our best, but we're out of supplies. There's medicinal herbs in the woods to the north. If you make a few poultices, I'll scrape together some sort of payment.
Muy bien.
I'll write all you need to know in this note here.
No te preocupes, que las tengo hechas y todo preparadito para ti. Dame.
Have any luck finding herbs in the woods?
No ha hecho falta. Toma.
This will help many people. You're a good sort, you know.
50 de plata, ojo, ¿eh? Aquí la tía... Pobre.
How dare you accuse me of thievery? Your grassland eyes are inept.
¿No puedo hablar con ellos?
The carnage we left in the wild was horrible.
Vale. Vamos a hablar con Stein. Aquí está el primer kunari de la historia.
You want one of my captors? I have nothing to say that would amuse you, elf. Leave me in peace.
¿Eres un prisionero? ¿Quién te ha puesto ahí?
I'm in a cage, am I not? I've been placed here by the Chantry. I am Sten of the Beresad, the vanguard of the Kunari peoples.
Soy Boirel, un placer.
You mock me. Or you show manners I have not come to expect in your lands. Though it matters little now, I will die soon enough.
This is a proud and powerful creature, trapped as prey for the Darkspawn. If you cannot see a use for him, I suggest releasing him for mercy's sake alone.
Mercy? I wouldn't have expected that from you.
I would also suggest that Alistair take his place in the cage.
Yes, that's what I would have expected.
I suggest you leave me to my fate.
De eso nada. ¿Por qué se ha acabado aquí?
I have been convicted of murder. Have the villagers not spoken of this?
¿Eres culpable?
Are you asking if I feel guilt or if I am responsible for the deed? However I feel, whatever I've done, my life is forfeit now.
¿A quién has... Uf, ¿no te interesa buscar la expiación?
Death will be my atonement.
¿Hay otras formas de redimirse?
Perhaps. What does your wisdom say is equal to my crime?
¿Podrías ayudarme a defender la tierra contra la ruina?
The Blight. Are you a Grey Warden, then?
Correcto.
Surprising. My people have heard legends of the Grey Warden's strength and skill. Though I suppose not every legend is true.
Pues somos un chiquitín, no me voy a fijar. Fíjate, comparado con Alistair, que es un humano. Claro, es el tamaño del elfo, tío. ¿Crees que la reverenda madre te dejaría libre?
Perhaps if you told her the Grey Wardens need my assistance. It seems as likely to bring my death as waiting here.
Muy bien.
Farewell, then.
A penitent man left to be torn to pieces by Darkspawn. 'Tis a fine example of the Chantry's mercy, is it not?
Vale, Sten. Luego avanzamos. Ahí hay otro par de misiones, ahora avanzamos. Vale, a la tabernita. Tutururum.
Well, look what we have here then. I think we've just been blessed.
Uh-oh. Loghain's men. This can't be good.
Didn't we spend all morning asking about an elf by this very description, and everyone said they hadn't seen one?
It seems we were lied to.
Gentlemen, surely there's no need for trouble. These are no doubt simply more poor souls seeking refuge.
They're more than that. Now stay out of our way, sister. You protect these traitors, you'll get the same as them.
Hablemos antes de que la situación se descontrole.
I doubt he would listen. He blindly follows his master's commands.
I am not the blind one. I served at Ostagar, where the Turn saved us from the Grey Warden's treachery. I serve him gladly. Enough talk. Take the Warden into custody.
Pues si no te he hecho nada.
And anyone else that gets in your way.
Right. Let's make this quick.
Pero si no te ha hecho nada, Leliana. Vas a comer. ¡Toma! ¡Toma! Desgraciados. Dale ahí, Leliana. ¡Toma! Hostia, que me muero, tú. ¿Cómo me están poniendo? ¿Eh?
Good. They've learned their lesson and we can all stop fighting now.
Los guardas grises no traicionaron a Kailan, al rey. Fue Loghain quien lo hizo.
I was there. The Turn pulled us out of a trap.
El Turn dejó morir al rey.
The Wardens led the king to his death. The Turn could do nothing.
Lleva un mensaje a Loghain.
What do you want to tell him?
va a tener que esforzarse
I'll
más.
tell him right away. Now, thank you.
Venga,
I
pastar.
apologize for interfering, but I couldn't just sit by and not
Hola,
help.
Leliana. Mi segundo personaje favorito. ¿Quién eres, por cierto?
Let me introduce myself.
Leliana.
I am Liliana, one of the lay sisters of the Chantry here in Lothring. Oh, I was.
¿Qué significa eso?
I joined the Chantry to live a life of religious contemplation. But I am no priest, not even an initiate.
Eres una maestra espía. Por lo menos lo más adelante. Soy Poirer, un placer.
They said you were a Grey Warden. I'm surprised you're an elf. But elves must want the Blight defeated as much as humans, no? I know after what happened you will need all the help you can get. That's why I'm coming along.
¿Por qué tienes tantas ganas de venir conmigo?
The Maker told me to.
¿Puedes explicarte un poco mejor?
I know that sounds absolutely insane, but it's true. I had a dream. A vision.
More crazy? I thought we were all full up.
Look at the people here. They are lost in their despair, and this darkness, this chaos, will spread. The Maker doesn't want this. What you do, what you are meant to do, is the Maker's work. Let me help.
Muy bien, no rechazaré la ayuda que se me ofrece.
Perhaps your skull was cracked worse than Mother thought.
Thank you. I appreciate being given this chance.
Se llevaban mal, no recuerdo si se llevaban mal, Morrigan y Leliana. Vamos a quitar el perrete, que no tiene diálogos ni nada, y ponemos a Leliana. Muy bien. Y Leliana, vas a ser... ¿Qué es esto? Ah, tiro demoledor. Leliana, vas a ser nuestra... Ay, no tienes arco, vale, ahora te compramos un arquito. Vas a ser nuestra arquera. Vamos a ver, ¿aquí hay algo? Lo siento, señora, pero... eso a lo mejor... Leliana lo puede abrir ahora. Correcto. Vale, ya tenemos pícaro, gente, en la familia. Enlace con Blackstone. No sé quién es. Enlace con Blackstone.
As I live and breathe, you're the Grey Warden everyone's been talking.
¿Quién coño eres tú? No me acuerdo de ti. ¿Puedo hacer algo por ti?
I represent the Blackstone Irregulars. We're a mercenary company that fell on hard times after the war with Orlais. I'm sure you know that times are getting worse every day. With your help, the Irregulars could be of use to Ferelden once more.
¿Por qué debería ayudaros?
The Blackstone Irregulars fought alongside the King's army against Orlais. We've helped nobles defend their land and given our service to people in need for generations. Our current captain, Raelnor, is an honorable man who sees that we can do some good in Ferelden once more. He is so confident in our mission that he trusted the Grey Wardens would support us.
¿En qué puedo ayudaros?
Our leaders thought you might be willing to help. Each of our posts in Ferelden will contain letters addressed to you. Unlike most who work with us, you're getting letters straight from Raelnor and Tauran, our leaders. I hope this tells you how highly the Irregulars regard the Grey Wardens.
Muy bien.
Thank you. When you've completed a mission, just return to me or any of our members stationed at an Irregular post.
No me acuerdo de estos
We'll
para
make sure
nada.
your efforts are rewarded. Maker's blessings light your path.
No me acuerdo de estos para nada. El desguace del barril. Hay varias personas que se comprometieron a ayudar a los irregulares de Blackstone en tiempos de necesidad. Esos tiempos han llegado. Aquí encontrarás 3 notificaciones de reclutamiento. Llévaselas a las personas que te indican más abajo y luego regresa con los irregulares para recibir tu pago. Si alguno de ellos se niega, haz lo que sea menester para conseguir que hagan honor a su juramento. Risco Rojo, Lotherin y Denerim, vale. Abandono del deber. Amigo mío, perdón. Los irregulares necesitan un agente de confianza para que encuentren a cientos desertores y se encargue de ellos. Si lo haces, te recompensaremos. Los desertores se han llevado unas provisiones cruciales para el futuro de los irregulares como proveedores de servicios militares. Haz con ellos lo que creas conveniente y tráenos las provisiones como prueba. No haremos preguntas sobre tus métodos ni sobre la condición en la que acaben los desertores. Utiliza tu propio criterio. Lo más probable es que los encuentres en los siguientes lugares: en el lago Galenhad, en Denerin y en las montañas de la Espaldalada. Muy bien. Perfecto. Un par de misioncitas. Ahí, esas son a la larga, por lo que he visto, o sea que...
You're here about food. Take it up with that bleeding runt by the chantry. I got other gear to sell.
¿Te has quedado sin comida?
A whole mess of refugees come in and leave near every night. All have hungry bellies, sad tales, and mementos for barter. Oh, that bleeding merchant outside about half my larder 2 weeks back, and now he's charging outrageous sums for all my food.
No te preocupes por eso, me he ocupado de él.
You did? Well, I don't know what to say to that. Thanks.
Vale, enséñame lo que tienes. ¿Este no tenía una misión de venenos o algo de eso? ¡Ojo! Hostias, pero son carísimas, tú. Espina de los dioses muertos, arco, ballesta. Le ponemos una ballesta. Rapidez al apuntar, esto me gusta, ¿eh? Un ballestón bastante bueno, 12 de daño, ¿eh? Casi como el mandoble. Para Leliana. Uf. Uf. Esta es muy buena, ¿eh? Para Morrigan. Tiene mala calidad de ese hierro gris. Está ahí medio. Pero es muy bueno, ¿eh? Voy a pasar. De momento voy a pasar. Escudo, nada. Esto me da un poquito igual, porque lo vamos a usar muy poquito al Mavari. Reduce la hostilidad, más 10 de resistencia física. Este me valdría bien para mí. Para mí. Me voy a comprar todas las curas. Vale. Esto es importante porque yo soy de gatillo fácil. Vale. Esto irá saliendo poco a poco. Estos son regalos para subir la amistad con los compañeros, ¿vale? Mediante regalos. Para Leliana. Leliana, amiga. Oh, necesita fuerza. Claro. Esto sería para mí, por ejemplo. Esto sería para mí, por ejemplo. Qué putada, tío. Qué putada. Pues nada. Pues nada. Tiene que ser con arco. Con arco, que son de destreza, gente, básicamente. Reducir la hostilidad y resistencia física. Esta me viene bien a mí. Del tirón. Estaría un cintito, pero bueno.
You're here about food. Take it up with that bleeding runt by the chantry. I got other gear to sell.
Un segundito, te voy a vender otra vez, aunque me sale caro. Te voy a vender la ballesta, ya ves tú. Perdió 3 monedas de oro, tío. Toma, anda. Vamos a recuperar un poco. Toma. ¿Esta le podría venir bien? No. Iba a decir a Alistar, pero ¿para qué? Collar familiar. Este es el que nos dio la... No me acuerdo cómo se llama. La líder del clan, coño, de los elfos. No me acuerdo cómo se llama. Vale, este es el que tiene la visión de venenos. Vale.
Check the chanter's board by the chantry. There's good jobs there. I don't suppose you know anything about poison.
¿Yo sé algo de veneno?
Yes, that's right, poison. I've got some traps around the place. I've heard the poison hurts them beasties just as good as anybody else.
¿Y qué pasa si algún refugiado cae?
Well, then those bleeding sad salts should stay off my land, eh? Besides, these days, any folk out at night is more than like to slit your throat. Can you make poison or not?
Sí, pero no te lo...
That's what Elder Miriam said. But it's my coin and my land.
Sí, tú tienes tu derecho. Igual que yo tengo el derecho de no darte el veneno. Hasta luego. Lo siento, colega. Me niego.
You're gonna make more trouble? We've about all we can stand in Lothering now.
Siento el jaleo.
They had it coming, and they were trouble enough themselves. So long as you don't start more, I won't get excited. Right then, name's Denal. Sorry I can't chat much. As you see, we've a full house.
No tienes habitaciones, ¿verdad?
Look around. People are sleeping on the floors and in the attic. That's how many rooms I don't have.
¿Qué sabes acerca del Kunari enjaulado?
That monster killed 3 families, torn them up like a beast. The cage is too good for him, but it's the Chantry's idea of mercy.
¿Has oído algún rumor?
There's knights from Redcliffe wandering the countryside, looking for the place where on dress days sacred ashes are said to lie. Can you believe that? The urn holding her ashes is a myth, and yet these knights say they were sent to find it anyhow to heal our Lehman. I didn't even know he was ill. Maybe he has the blight. If so, then times are even darker for Ferelden than any of us thought. Anything else I can get you?
A ver, ¿más rumores?
I hear that Tiernan Logain, the regent, is calling for new levies of troops. He wants to rebuild the army we lost at Astagar. Thing is, there's not a lot of spare men to be found. Out of Dragon's Peak, there's press gangs roaming around, grabbing any free man they can lay their hands on. Anything else I can get you?
¿Más rumores?
I hear tell they held a funeral in Denerim for King Keelan. The Grand Cleric called for a full day of mourning, and there was a procession a mile long passing by the brazier.
Normal, es un rey.
Glad they don't have a body to properly burn. What happened to him at the hands of those creatures, it's unthinkable. Anything else I can get you?
¿Quiénes serán los hombres contra los que combatí?
When Tiernan Logain marched by, he left those fellas behind to look for Grey Wardens. I suppose that's you.
Sí.
I have no qualm with you, whatever the Tiernan says. My grandfather served. Your secret's safe with me. What can I get you then?
Nada más. Muy bien, amigo. Que sea leve. Vámonos. Está pegando la solana ahí enfrente, gente. Empieza a hacer un calor. Por cierto, que no he dicho nada al principio. Ya viene la pelada de veranito, ¿vale? Así que no os asustéis. Del sábado hoy se han ido las greñas. Hemos pasado de greñas a pelada, ¿vale? Vale, vamos a hablar a la capilla. Que hay varias misiones dentro. Y ya, como llevamos a Liliana, además.
You were a cloistered sister?
You must have been a brother before you became a Templar, no?
I never actually became a Templar. I was recruited into the Grey Wardens before I took my final vows.
Do you ever regret leaving the Chantry?
No, never. Do you?
Yes. You may not believe it, but I found peace there. The kind of peace I've never known.
It used to get so quiet at the monastery that I would start screaming until one of the brothers came running. I would tell them that I was just checking. You never know, right?
No, I never did anything like that. I enjoyed the quiet.
Suit yourself. The look on their face was always priceless.
Hijo puta. Pedazo de cabrón, tú. No te lo voy a tocar, no sé que te enfades. Pero hay un cofrecito. Se armaron.
Good to see you again, Sister Leliana.
Thank you, Sir Maron.
¿Quién está a cargo de la capilla?
The revered mother runs the Chantry itself, and Sir Bryant heads the Templars stationed here.
¿Estás al tanto de los bandidos, perdón, que había en el camino?
Were? Did you drive them off? Well, Sir Bryant will appreciate that.
¿Habéis oído alguna noticia?
Not since Tiernan Logain passed by with his army. It's a shame about the king. But with the Darkspawn coming, few can think of anything else.
¿Algo acerca del Kunari?
Is he still alive? The revered mother put him there a few weeks back. He'll be dead soon enough. Make her watch.
Muy bien. Hasta luego, se armaron. Vale, refugiados. Sir Brian, ese es el jefe de los templarios.
There's word of Darkspawn stragglers, but no sign of the main horde. We are the only hope of protection this village has now, and I will not abandon them. That is all. May the Maker have mercy on us. Yes? Who might you be?
Puedes llamarme Poirel.
I am Sir Bryant, commander of Lothering's remaining Templars. You don't seem like the other refugees. Are you one of Arl Eamon's knights?
No pertenezco.
Then what might I do for you?
¿Qué puedes contarme acerca del Kunari?
I was there at the farmhold. The beast stood there, wet with the blood of the children. He didn't even deny slaughtering them. The revered mother ordered him caged. She has more mercy than I do. But perhaps she is right, and the Maker has love for all his creations, even the Kunari.
¿Hay alguna forma de liberarlo?
You can ask the revered mother. I say let him rot until the Darkspawn claim him.
¿Estás vos al cargo de todo aquí?
The revered mother leads this flock. I merely command her Templars. Normally, our role is to protect the Chantry and seek out unsanctioned magic. For now, it is all we can do to protect the innocent.
Vale. ¿Y si encontréis un mago prohibido?
Let us pretend that I was such a mage. What would you do to me?
I have no time to even think about such things right now. My concern is protecting these people. I see nothing threatening them other than the Darkspawn.
¿Cómo luchas contra la magia?
We have more than swords at our disposal. We're taught to dispel unholy magics as well. If only our powers work to keep away the Darkspawn. Alas, it is not so.
¿Dónde puedo encontrar a la reverenda madre?
In her study, no doubt. Preparing what she will take when we eventually evacuate.
¿Sois la única protección?
Our ban was summoned by Tean Loghain, and he took his soldiers north with him. Lothering has been abandoned.
Dime otra cosa.
If the matter is important, certainly.
¿Habéis oído alguna noticia reciente?
Other than the Darkspawn horde bearing down on us, none of it is good. Tean Loghain is set to declare himself king, I hear. Disaster piled on disaster.
¿Qué quieres decir?
Tean Loghain has no legitimate claim on the throne. He may be a hero and his daughter may be queen, but he is a commoner, and the king's corpse is barely cold. If Arl Eamon was able to intervene, perhaps it would not have gone this far. I do not care who takes the throne. Only fools fight over who owns a cottage while it burns down around them.
Bueno, debo irme, colega.
Travel safely, and may the Maker watch over you.
Gracias por la info. Vale, a ver... Donald.
Who? I beg your pardon. I did not see you approach.
Me estabas de espaldas.
Sir Donald? Is that you?
Alistair? By the Maker, how are you? I was certain you were dead.
Not yet. No thanks to Tean Loghain.
If Arl Eamon were well, he'd set Loghain straight soon enough.
But if Arl Eamon is sick, why are you here?
Our only hope now is a miracle. Every knight of Redcliffe has gone in search of the Urn of Sacred Ashes.
Vale.
Andraste's ashes are said to cure any illness. But I fear we are chasing a fable. With each day, my hope dims.
Cuéntame sobre la urna.
Supposedly, the urn contains the ashes of the prophetess Andraste. Surely you know all this.
Soy un elfo, tío.
If you're truly interested, there are books here containing a great deal of lore. Nothing I have found leads me to believe that this was anything more than a quest of desperation. I intend to return to Redcliffe soon and tell the Arlessa exactly that, once Sir Henrik arrives.
¿Quién es Sir Henrik? O Henrik.
Traveling companion. He is delayed, though.
Ah, este es el de la nota que hemos encontrado en la entrada, en el puente.
What? And you have his locket? And a note? Maker's mercy. Thank you for giving me these. I would never have known otherwise.
He expulsado a los bandidos que lo mataron.
Thank you. I wonder how many of us have met similar fates on this mad quest.
Vale. ¿No deberías estar huyendo de los engendros?
My mission takes priority. But I fear I shall be returning to Redcliffe with nothing to show for my efforts.
¿La búsqueda te ha traído hasta aquí?
I expected to take advantage of the Chantry's library, in fact. But my skills are better suited to battle than chasing down tales.
Esperaba ver al Arl.
Why is that, if I may ask?
Uf, guardamos el secreto o... Hombre, le ha tirado una pullita a Logain antes, ¿eh? En el diálogo. Vamos a confiar en él, venga.
I see. The Arl is a popular man, it's true. Tern Logain, however, is a hero throughout Ferelden. Whatever the Tern has done or not done, the Arl remains ill, or worse. That is my primary concern.
Vale. ¿Tiene algún sentido viajar al Risco Rojo?
He may be dead already. Or perhaps his luck has changed in the weeks I have been gone.
Semanas buscando lleva.
I believe that now more than ever.
If nothing else, I am certain you would be welcomed at Castle Redcliffe. The Arlessa is there, and she could tell you more than I could.
Vale. Muy bien. Gracias, amigo, por la info.
I need to return to Redcliffe. Perhaps later I will seek out the scholar his note mentions. But I must go. Thank you again, good sir. You have been most helpful.
Uy, ha llamado Ser a un elfo. Buena gente. Este es buena gente. Vale, a ver qué hay por aquí.
Chant of light scattered in the darkness. The word dispelled fear and ignorance. Let those who cry out from the shadows.
Sí, yo voy a daros el palo.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back?
La liana, please. Gracias. Símbolo de Andraste. Eso va a ser bueno para ella. De regalo para ella misma.
And enduring perseverance.
And then shall the maker
Yes? What can I do for you?
No sé quién eres. He traído una carta de los irregulares de Blackstone.
I knew this time would come. I should have listened to my sister. Sure, sign the paper, she said. You'll enjoy some coin now, but they'll be back. I guess I'll see you on the front lines.
Este era uno de los... Vale. Hola, suma sacerdote. Reverenda madre. Suma sacerdotisa iba a decir.
Good day, Sister Leliana.
Buenos días.
I'm surprised to see you're still in Lothering.
It is good to see you as well, Your Reverence.
I do not recognize your companion. Greetings. Will you be making a donation to the
La pasta por delante, ¿no? Joder.
Has never been greater.
¿Quién eres?
I am the revered mother of this chantry. Traditionally, those who seek my blessing tithe first.
¿Qué diezmos ha aprobado?
Might I suggest 30 silver?
30 de plata. No, 5 soberanos, una polla, 5 soberanos.
Thank you, my son.
5 de oro, sí, los cojones.
What can I do for you then?
Quiero hablar sobre este en el Kunari que tienes enjaulado, maja. Uy.
It might have been kinder to execute him, but I leave his fate to the maker. Why does he interest you?
Lo quiero para mí. ¿Qué es lo que ha hecho?
He butchered an entire farmhold. Only one of the youngest hid long enough to survive. The child said his father had found the Canary gravely wounded and took him in. That kindness was repaid with murder. The bandsman found the Canary just standing amidst the carnage.
Suena raro eso, ¿eh? Suena muy raro eso. Sobre todo los Kunari, que son súper nobles, gente. Son... Uf. ¿Estás segura de que lo hizo él?
He confessed quite readily, but would give no reason for the crime. Even the seasoned knights who apprehended him were disturbed by the carnage. However docile he appears, do not be fooled. That Canary is a danger.
¿Hay alguna forma de convencerte para que lo liberes?
Then his next victims might count you and me as their murderers.
Podrías liberarlo bajo mi custodia. No quiero mentirla, tío, porque esta parece buena tía.
And what do you say on this, Leliana? You know your friend better than I.
These are unusual times, Your Reverence. With us, the Kunari might do some good. I am sure of it, in fact.
Were things not so desperate? Very well, I trust you. Take these keys to his cage and make her watch over you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Your Reverence. Your trust is not misplaced.
Sí, no, pero primero...
What can I do for you now?
Soy un guarda gris, necesito tu ayuda.
A Grey Warden? Oh dear. You put me in a difficult position. You must know that Tairn Loghain declared the Grey Wardens to be outlaws.
No me importan las mentiras de Loghain.
The Tairn claims that the Grey Wardens are responsible for the king's death. There is a price on your head. Lay low, and I promise to keep your presence a secret. That is the best I can do. Now, if there is nothing else.
¿Puedes proporcionar algún tipo de ayuda a los guardas?
I cannot help you without risking the safety of this village and chantry. The best I can do is keep your presence a secret. I am sorry. Now, if there is nothing else.
Vale.
May the Maker guard you, Grey Warden.
No vamos a pedir la bendición porque somos un elfo, gente. No creemos en su mismo Dios, en teoría. Es que me da miedo liarla abriendo ese armario. Nos vamos a hablar con Sten. Sten, que el pobrecito se va a quedar en el banquillo porque tiene la misma build que yo. Es un guerrero a 2 manos. Así que va a quedar en el banquillo el pobre. Vamos a hacer un guardadito por si acaso y nos vamos. Tururururururu.
They say your mother is Flemeth, a witch of the Kokari Wilds.
They also say that washing your feet in winter makes you catch cold in the head, but we all know that is not true. But sometimes they are right, and they are right in this.
You know the stories about...
Of course. You think my mother would let me go without telling me all the stories of her youth?
My mother told me stories too. She was the one who kindled my love of the old...
Es verdad que es un bardo ella, no me acordaba.
My mother's stories curdled my blood and haunted my dreams. No little girl wants to hear about the wilder men her mother took to her bed, using them till they were spent, then killing them. No little girl wants to be told that this is also expected of her once she comes of age.
I see.
No, you don't. You really don't.
Ojo con Flemeth, ¿eh? Ah, los dejaba secos a los pobres. A ver, Sten.
You wish something more of me?
Tengo la llave de tu jaula.
I confess, I did not think the priestess would part with it.
Accedió a liberarte bajo mi custodia.
So be it. Set me free and I will follow you against the blight.
Muy bien.
And so it is done. I will follow you into battle. In doing so, I shall find my atonement.
Gracias, Sten. Me alegra contar contigo.
May we proceed? I am eager to be elsewhere.
Perfecto. Lo siento, colega, pero quedas en el banquillo, ¿vale? De momento. Con el perrete. Dale bien de comer, ¿eh? Creo que esté lozano. Vale, aquí están estos que han oído que somos un guardia gris y vienen a dar por culo, ¿vale?
I don't know if you killed King Kalen, and make her forgive me, I don't care. But that bounty on your head could feed a lot of hungry bellies. Attack!
Alistar, cúrate, por favor. Una curita para mí. Vale. Ya lo siento, amigos. Es que estos no te dejan opción de... Son desesperados. Gente desesperada y no te dejan opción de de intimidarlos o de razonar con ellos. No, no te dejan nada. Leliana, porfa. Gracias. Mira, para ti además. Un casquito para ti. Vale. A ver, Leliana, casquito. Que son horrorosos, pero bueno, un casquito. Para ti entonces. Vale, vámonos. Ahora vamos a ver al enano, me parece, el de las runas, ¿no? ¿Estos quiénes son? Bandidos. Qué cerquita estáis, ¿no? Hostia, como me ha puesto con el torbellino, tú. Vamos, vamos, vamos. No me ha dado tiempo. Vale. Arqueros. Uf, vaya dos hostias, tú. Vale. Uf, vale, Alistar, colega. Anda, métete una bolsita de estas. Es el que más va a gastar de eso, gente. Ahí está. Es el que más va a gastar porque es el tanque, tiene la amenaza puesta. De hecho, tíratela. No sé por qué no la tienes. Ahí está. Para que vayan a por él todo el rato. Lo que no sé es por qué estaban aquí los bandidos, tío. Más. Vale. Estoy fallando mucho, ¿eh? No te me mueras, anda, joder. Va a gastar curas este. Vale. Vamos, chequetines. Hay arañas gigantes ahí adelante, tú. No me acordaba de esta zona para nada. No hemos salido del pueblo todavía, ¿eh? No me van a dar nada para saquear. No. Ojo. Más bandidos. Vaya dos hostias. Ojo. Ojo que este es muy tocho, ¿eh? Estos son muy duros, ¿eh? Sobre todo este. Bien, Alistar, bien. Poción. Poción. cúrate, Alistar, que te estás comiendo todos los flechazos. Vale. Uf. Hemos gastado casi todas las curas aquí, ¿eh? Espero que merezca la pena. Vale. Leliana, ábreme eso. Mira, tu primer arquito. Tu primer arquito. A ver. Inventario, Leliana, arco. Ahí está. Creo que podemos ponerle unas botas. Nah, son peores. Vamos a poner tácticas, Leliana, arquera, ¿vale? Ahí está. Más tiene buenas habilidades. Ahí está. Vale. Ya tenemos a Leliana como arquera, que prefiero que esté a la distancia con Morrigan. ¡Hostias! Uf. Es mejor la mía, pero por poquito, ¿eh? Porque tiene estadísticas verdes. Si no... Sofía de Kunari, resistencia elemental. Ligera. Esta la puede venir bien a Morrigan o a Leliana. Uf, armadurón. Armadurón, gente. Armadurón. A ver. Botas de cota pesada. Uf, armadurón. Armadurón. Alistar, colega. No tienes fuerza suficiente. No tienes fuerza suficiente. Vale, esta es de pícaro, entonces. Necesita fuerza. Toma, amiga. Vamos a poner esta porque te da un 3 de defensa. Vale, te pones en 65. Vale. Vale, círculo del buscador, astucia 1. Astucia, esto es para Leliana. Vale. Muy bien. Por aquí había unas arañas gigantes. Vamos a ver qué es. Eso de las arañas. No tengo muy bien. Yes. Vamos allá. Vamos a alistar, que solo tenemos tú y yo. Te resisten. Resisten al veneno, ¿eh? ¿Me dejéis mover? Gracias. Vamos a proteger a la maga. Vale, Alistar, cúrate. Vamos. Vale, no sé por qué están estas aquí. ¿Por la cueva? Toxinas. Toxinas. ¿Será para la misión de los venenos, a lo mejor? Bueno, pues una curita. Vale. Uf. Vale, pues nos vamos. Poquito a poquito vamos avanzando. Vale, aquí estaban los enanos, sí. Tenía que haber guardado. Están dando a Alistar, pero como si no hubiese un mañana, ¿eh? Casi lo mato de una. Venga. Vamos. Aguanta Alistar. Tú no tienes curaciones, ¿no? No. Y tú tampoco, ¿verdad? No, tú eres la pícara, o sea que nada, olvidaos. Vamos, chicas. Aguantar, chicas. Vamos. Es que hostia, la doy con el arco, tú. Dale, dale. Me muero. Uff. Hostia, un tiro, ¿eh? Vamos, chicas. Uff. Qué buena. Qué buena. Uff. Casi. De nada.
The name's Bodon Fedek, merchant and entrepreneur. This here is my son, Sandal. Say hello, my boy.
Hello.
Hola, colega.
The road's been mighty dangerous these days. Mind if I ask what brings you out here? Perhaps we're going the same way.
Es un poco complicado, pero podéis venir conmigo.
Complicated? Somehow I imagine that only says half.
No es ni un tercio.
Thank you for the offer. But there may be more excitement on your path than is good for my boy and me. Allow me to bid you farewell and good fortune.
Bien.
Bye.
Adiós.
Let's get this mess cleaned up, shall we?
Uy, perdón. Necesito cataplasmas, ¿eh?
So you can get off my back?
Mago de sangre. No pienso volver atrás. Me persiguen. Que me persigan y me encuentren, perdón. Pero tú, Melis, no deberías vivir esta vida. Me agradaría que encontraras un sitio en la Torre del Círculo. Allí dejé algunas cosas, en su mayoría robadas a los encantadores. Véndelas para abrirte camino. Están escondidas en la zona del estudio en la cámara central. Adiós. Vale, pues una misioncita de bastante más adelante. Estatuita tallada, que es un regalo, y esto por aquí. Vale. No sé si puedo hablar con él para comprar. No. Vale, esto por aquí. Nos vamos. No, un segundito. O sea que en la carga se pete, un guardadito y para adelante. Pam, pam, pam. Casi nada. Casi nada.
Bad dreams, huh?
Parecía tan real.
Well, it is real, sort of. You see, part of being a Grey Warden is being able to hear the Darkspawn. That's what your dream was, hearing them. The Archdemon, it talks to the Horde, and we feel it just as they do. That's why we know this is really a blight.
¿Archidemonio? ¿Te refieres al dragón?
I don't know if it's really a dragon, but it sure looks like one. But yes, that's the Archdemon. It takes a bit, but eventually you can block the dreams out. Some of the older Grey Wardens say they can understand the Archdemon a bit, but I sure can't. Anyhow, when I heard you thrashing around, I thought I should tell you. It was scary at first for me too.
Gracias, Alistair, te lo agradezco.
That's what I'm here for. To deliver unpleasant news and witty one-liners.
Además de verdad.
Anyhow, you're up now, right? Let's pull up camp and get a move on.
Muy bien. Antes de seguir, vamos a hablar con nuestros compis. Ahora sí, hora de interrogar. Pero antes voy a ir a por un vasito de agua, ¿vale? Un segundito. Estoy, gente. Uy. Muy bien. Lo dicho, gente. Hora de interrogar.
What do you need?
Hay que preguntarte cositas. ¿Qué hace exactamente un templario?
Essentially, they're trained to fight. The Chantry would tell you that the Templars exist simply to defend. But don't let them fool you. They're an army. The other main purpose for a Templar is, of course, to hunt mages. To that end, we train in talents that drain mana and disrupt spells.
¿Y esas habilidades no pueden aprender las otras personas?
Perhaps, but there usually isn't much of an opportunity. The Chantry keeps a close rein on its Templars. We are given lyrium to help develop our magical talents, you see. Which means we become addicted. And since the Chantry controls the lyrium trade with the dwarves, well, I'm sure you can put two and two together.
Que solo son templarios los que ellos quieren. Parece un excelente método de control.
You think so, huh? You don't need lyrium in order to learn the Templar talents. Lyrium just makes Templar's talents more effective. Or so I was told. Maybe it doesn't even do that. The Chantry usually doesn't let their Templars get away either, so they can spread their secrets. I'm a bit of an exception. Lucky me.
Oh. Alistair no está de acuerdo, menos 10, ¿por qué?
What do you need? Ask away.
Háblame sobre los guardias grises. Se han enfadado conmigo, Alistair, no sé por qué. ¿Cuál es la posición más cercana?
That's a good question. There's plenty in Orlais, but who knows where they might be found. And the nearest Orlesian city is weeks away. If we go north and cross the sea, there's bound to be some in the free marches. Again, however, I just don't know where. I don't know anything about Grey Wardens in other lands.
¿Hay un cuartel general en algún lado?
Here in Ferelden, there's our compound in Denerim at the palace, but that's it. Loghain will have control over that and be watching it, no doubt. Beyond that, the only place I know of is Weishaupt Fortress. That's the headquarters of all Grey Wardens in the Anderfells, 1,000 miles from here. But I've no idea how to even contact them. So unless we try to get back to the compound in Denerim, I suppose the answer is no. There's nowhere for us to go.
¿Qué pasaría si fuéramos los últimos?
I imagine that eventually the Grey Wardens outside of Ferelden will wonder what's happened. Why there's no contact from Duncan or someone. They'll send someone eventually. Though who knows what Loghain's people in Denerim will tell them. Maybe they won't send anyone. We could try to contact them. But that would mean leaving Ferelden, and even if we did, they couldn't come back with us in time to stop the Blight. So that means whatever happens, it's up to us.
Tendremos que comenzar a reconstruir la orden.
I mean, Eventually, we would have to use the joining to make more Grey Wardens, right? But I don't know how to do the joining, or what's involved. I know it involves lyrium and some other magic, and that it's really difficult to prepare, but that's it. Unless we can find out more about the joining, I guess we better get used to the idea that there might only be 2 of us for now. Until more come from elsewhere.
¿Qué sucedería si nos fuéramos?
Just left? You mean just left for Elden? I don't know. If there's an archdemon, however, we're supposed to be the only ones who can defeat it. And that means the blight would grow unchecked. Eventually, other Grey Wardens in Orlais and other lands would hear about it, and they would come to fight it, but they wouldn't come in time to save Ferelden. There's no way. I'm not going anywhere.
No tengo más preguntas.
About the Grey Wardens, anyhow. Fair enough. What do you need?
A ver.
Ask away.
Háblame sobre los guardias grises.
Such as they are.
Vale, aquí no hay nada.
About the Grey Wardens, anyhow. Fair enough. What do you need?
A ver.
Ask away.
Momento interrogatorio, gente. ¿Cómo te convertiste en guarda?
Same way you did. You drink some blood, you choke on it, and pass out. You haven't forgotten already, have you?
Me refería antes de eso, colega.
Let's see. I was in the Chantry before. I trained for many years to become a Templar, in fact. That's where I learned most of my skills.
¿No pareces una persona religiosa?
You're telling me I was banished to the kitchens to scour the pots more times than I can count. And that's a lot. I can count pretty high. The Grand Cleric didn't want to let me go. Duncan was forced to conscript me, actually, and was she ever furious when he did. I thought she was going to have us both arrested. I was lucky.
¿Por qué quería retenerte la suma sacerdotisa?
I wondered that myself. It's not as if she valued me highly. I think she just didn't want to give anything to the Grey Wardens, is all. The Chantry didn't lose much. And I think I can do more fighting the Blight anyhow, rather than sitting in a temple somewhere. I'll always be thankful to Duncan for recruiting me. If it hadn't been for him, you know, I wouldn't have.
Un buen hombre.
He was. A good man who didn't deserve his fate. That much I'm sure of. Come on, let's go. I think I'm done talking.
No le mola la conversación. Ah, bueno, más uno, vaya. Hemos recuperado uno de los que hemos perdido.
What do you need?
¿Quieres hablar sobre Duncan?
You don't have to do that. I know you didn't know him as long as I did.
Da igual. Pero eso no significa que no lamente su pérdida.
I should have handled it better. Duncan warned me right from the beginning that this could happen. Any of us could die in battle. I shouldn't have lost it, not when so much is riding on us, not with the Blight and everything. I'm sorry.
No tienes por qué disculparte.
I'd like to have a proper funeral for him. Maybe once this is all done, if we're still alive. I don't think he had any family to speak of.
Te tenía a ti.
I suppose he did. It probably sounds stupid, but part of me wishes I was with him, in the battle. I feel like I abandoned him.
Lo entiendo perfectamente.
Of course. I'd be dead then, wouldn't I? It's not like that would make him happier.
Yeah.
I think he came from High Ever, or so he said. Maybe I'll go up there sometime. See about putting up something in his honor. I don't know. The Dalish don't practice cremation, do they? How do your people honor your dead?
Los enterramos y plantamos un árbol sobre sus restos.
That sounds quite beautiful. Life springing from death. Thank you. Really, I mean it. It was good to talk about it, at least a little.
Ha sido un placer. Vale, pues creo que ya hemos hablado con él, ¿no?
Ask away.
Ah, no. Dijiste que te quería hablar el limón.
Did I say that? I meant that dogs raised me. Giant slobbering dogs from the Anderfells. A whole pack of them, in fact.
De verdad, debe de haber sido duro para ellos.
Well, they were flying dogs, you see. Surprisingly strict parents, too. And devout Andrastians to boot.
Eso es lo que se dice de Anders. Es que no sé qué decirle, gente. Es que no quiero cagarla y que se enfade. Entonces esos perros te vendieron a la capilla. No, eso a lo mejor es muy fuerte. Vamos a tirar de cachondeo, a ver. Uy, 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 criado por los perros devotos, ya veo.
Or did I dream all of that? Funny the dreams you'll have when you sleep on a cold, hard ground, isn't it?
Sueño con convertirme en guarda gris. Oh, espera.
Point taken. Let's see, how do I explain this? I'm a bastard. And before you make any smart comments, I mean the fatherless kind. My mother was a serving girl in Redcliffe Castle who died when I was very young. Arleman wasn't my father, but he took me in anyhow and put a roof over my head. He was good to me, and he didn't have to be. I respect the man, and I don't blame him anymore for sending me off to the Chantry once I was old enough.
¿No era tu padre? ¿Entonces sabes quién es?
I know who I was told was my father. He died even before my mother did, anyhow. It isn't important. Arleman eventually married a young woman from Orlais, which caused all sorts of problems between him and the king because it was so soon after the war. But he loved her. Anyhow, then you, Arlessa, resented the rumors which pegged me as his bastard. They weren't true, but of course they existed. The Arl didn't care, but she did.
Vale.
So off I was packed to the nearest monastery at age 10. Just as well. The Arlessa made sure the castle wasn't a home to me by that point. She despised me.
La iglesia creía que este era un bastardo y dijo, tú aquí en los cojones, a tomar por culo, y le mandaron a la iglesia. No me acordaba de eso, gente. O sea, a ver, yo sé quiénes son sus padres, no os lo voy a decir, por supuesto. Sé quiénes son sus padres. Bueno, su madre ya lo ha dicho, que era una criada de un palacio. Pero esto de la iglesia no me acordaba, gente. Eso es horrible hacer algo así a un crío.
Maybe. She felt threatened by my presence, I can see that now. I can't say I blame her. She wondered if the rumors were true herself, I bet. I remember I had an amulet with Andraste's holy symbol on it. The only thing I had of my mother's. I was so furious at being sent away, I tore it off and threw it at the wall and it shattered. Stupid, stupid thing to do. The Arl came by the monastery a few times to see how I was, but I was stubborn. I hated it there, and blamed him for everything. And eventually, he just stopped coming.
Bueno. Eras joven.
And raised my dogs. Or I may as well have been, the way I acted. But maybe all young bastards act like that. I don't know. All I know is that the Arl is a good man, and well loved by the people. He also was King Kaelin's uncle, so he has a personal motivation to see Loghain pay for what he did. Anyway, that's really all there is to the story.
Muy bien, amigo. Voy a tirazos más 3. Bueno, hemos recuperado 4 puntitos de tal. A ver, Liliana. ¿Me apetece charlar un poco?
Well, here I am.
Esa visión tuya.
I knew this would come up sooner or later. I don't know how to explain, but I had a dream. In it, there was an impenetrable darkness. It was so dense, so real. And there was a noise, a terrible, ungodly noise. I stood on a peak and watched as the darkness consumed everything. And when the storm swallowed the last of the sun's light, I fell. And the darkness drew.
¿Esta es la de la rosa? Creo que sí, creo que tiene que algo que ver con una rosa. ¿Y entonces?
When I woke, I went to the Chantry's gardens, as I always do. But that day,
El
the
de la
rose
rosa.
bush in the corner had flowered. Everyone knew that bush was dead. It was grey and twisted and gnarled, the ugliest thing you ever saw. But there it was, a single beautiful rose. It was as though the Maker stretched out his hand to say, even in the midst of this darkness, there is hope and beauty. Have faith.
¿Y por eso decidiste ayudarme?
In my dream, I fell. Or maybe I jumped. I'd do anything to stop the blight. I know that we can do it. There are so many good things in the Maker's world. How can I sit by while the blight devours everything?
Supongo que yo tampoco podría.
That is why you're a Grey Warden. Come, there's a blight to stop.
Iremos a por ello. No te preocupes. Pero antes, interrogatorio. Hostia.
Yes?
Hablar.
Well, here I am.
¿Cómo es la vida en un claustro?
Quiet. It was a life suited for contemplation. In the cloister, away from the fuss and the flurry of the cities, I found peace. And in that stillness, I could hear the Maker. But it was not perfect. Some of my Chantry fellows were condescending. That is the nature of religious folk, I suppose.
¿Condescendientes? ¿Cómo?
When I talked about my beliefs, that the Maker reveals himself in the beauty of his world, they treated me with disdain. They want to believe that he's gone, so that when he turns his gaze on them, it means they are special, chosen. He cannot possibly have love for all, the sick and the weary, the beggars and the fools.
Bastante interesantes todas las respuestas, ¿eh? ¿Y qué les decías tú? Voy a intentar siempre que eso, intentar con una pregunta para que nos dé más info.
What can I say to them? What they believe is what the Chantry says, and the Chantry is infallible, yes? Maybe I am wrong. But it is the Maker's place to decide if I am worthy, not men, not the Chantry. But there is work to be done, and I have talked enough for now.
Bueno. Un poquito más de info de Leliana. De su paso por la capilla.
Well, here I am.
¿Qué hacía alguien como tú en la capilla de Lothering?
What is meant by someone like me?
Ojo, ojo que se viene aquí ya, ¿eh? Uf. Esto no lo había pensado yo, gente. En este juego se pueden tener romances, para el que no lo sepa. Con algunos compañeros. Bueno, con todos los compañeros, que yo sepa. Tanto hombres como mujeres, y dependiendo del sexo que tú tengas como personaje, da igual, puedes tener relaciones con todos. Creo que sí, creo que con todos. No lo había pensado. ¿Con quién tuve yo la relación en la primera vez que jugué? No me acuerdo. No me acuerdo, gente. Y es que ahora estoy pensando, no me acuerdo de todos los personajes que tiene este. Porque hay algunos que son más relevantes y otros menos. Pero... estoy pensando quién le pegaría. A un elfo guerrero, un elfo del bosque. Bueno, vamos a tirar la caña, a ver qué pasa.
And there were no beautiful, charming women in the cloisters, you think? You would be wrong.
Vaya.
There were many lovely young initiates in the Lothering cloister, all of them chaste and virtuous. It added to their mystique, because then they were forbidden, and forbidden fruit is the sweeter, no?
Es verdad. No, tanto no. No te pases, no te calientes, que lo mismo lanzadas. Hostia, esta respuesta, la 3 es muy buena, ¿eh? ¿Qué dices de tu fruta? ¿También está prohibida? No. Porque aquí... Bueno, es que no quiero adelantar nada. Aquí todavía ella no es nada. Es una monja, entre comillas. No llega a ser parte de la iglesia, pero entre muchas comillas es una monja. Vamos a seguir tirando la caña. No creo que esas iniciadas fueran más bonitas que tú.
Flatterer. I, however, did not take vows, and so perhaps I am not as enigmatic? The Chantry provides succor and safe harbor to all who seek it. I chose to stay and become affirmed.
¿La afirmación?
We affirm our belief in the Maker, in Andraste and the Chant, but other than that, there are no vows taken.
Sí, haces como un siervo a la iglesia, pero la iglesia no me deja estar, básicamente. ¿A qué te dedicabas antes de eso?
I was a traveling minstrel in
Una
Orlais.
barda.
Tales and songs were my life. I performed, and they rewarded me with applause and coin. And my skill in battle? Well, you pick up different skills when you travel, yes? Yes, of course. Let's move on.
No, que ya me acabas de decir que eras una barda. Vamos a guardar porque tarda mucho en cargar entre conversaciones. Vamos a guardar por si acaso. No, sigue soltando.
Something you need?
Sigue soltando.
Yes. What's on your mind?
Ya va cambiando un poquito el... Eso es que la reputación con ella ha subido. ¿Cuándo decidiste venir a Ferelden?
My mother was from Denerim, and I consider myself a Ferelden. Mother served an Orlesian noblewoman who lived here when Orlais ruled. When Orlais was defeated and the common folk began to resent the presence of any Orlesian, the lady returned to Orlais. She took my mother with her. I was born in Orlais and did not set foot in Ferelden till much later. Mother was always telling me stories of her homeland. I think she missed it.
¿Qué fue de tu madre?
Mother died when I was very young. Lady Cecily let me stay with her. I had no one else. She was quite old then, and she had me study music and dance to entertain her. It is unfair that I have more memories of Cecily than my mother.
Ya. Eras joven, es comprensible.
Strangely, the only thing I really remember of Mother was her scent. She kept dried flowers in her closet.
Ojo, importante dato este, me acabo de acordar.
Wildflowers with a sweet fragrance. Mother called them Andraste's grace.
La gracia de Andraste.
Very rare in Orlais. But enough about that. Let us move on.
Si no recuerdo mal, eso es un regalo que la puedes dar y creo que la sube la relación con ella es brutal. O sea, le mete un chute a la relación con ella, pero brutal el regalo ese. Lo que pasa es que es complicado, es único, me parece. La gracia de Andraste, son unas flores. Sí, seguir. Yo estoy en modo Sherlock Holmes ahora. Antes eras trovador errante, ¿conoces alguna historia?
Of course I do. I love stories far too much to keep them to myself. Everyone should be able to benefit from them, I think.
Vale. Quería alguna historia, cuéntame alguna historia.
Which one?
La que quieras. ¿Alguna de los Dalishanas? Mira, esta está guay.
I know a little about your people, but I may be misinformed, and I would hate to offend you.
Por eso debemos aprender todo lo que podamos los unos de los otros.
I have heard a little about how the elves gained their freedom from the Tevinter Imperium. When Andraste began her exalted march,
Es lo que te iba a decir, la Andraste es la que...
the elves joined her cause to fight their masters. The great elven leader, Shatan, born in captivity, rose up to lead his people. He foresaw a future where the elves were free. Shatan was killed when Andraste was betrayed, but the elves continued to fight, eventually breaking free of the Imperium. The elves claimed the Dales in the south and settled there in the land of their own.
No duró mucho.
The elves lived in the Dales for centuries. They resurrected the worship of the elven gods and would allow the building of no chantry. This angered the chantry, and the hostility between the two factions finally broke out in open war. The chantry says the elves struck first, but I do not know whether to believe it. The chantry declared a wholly exalted march against the elves, named for Andraste's similar march against Tevinter. During the exalted march of the Dales, the elven cities were sacked, and the elven state completely dissolved. Some of the elves bitterly accepted their fates and surrendered to human rule, living in the human cities as second-class citizens. But others, still fiercely proud of their heritage, refused to bow to the humans, and instead became homeless wanderers. They were the elves of the Dales, the Dalish.
¿Qué sabes de Andraste?
Andraste was the Maker's chosen. The Maker had long since abandoned the world when the sound of her singing turned his ear. Beauty, grace, and wisdom enraptured him, and he offered to take her from this flawed world to become his divine bride. But Andraste had an earthly husband and would not forsake him. Instead, she beseeched the Maker to return to his people once more. So earnest was her plea that the Maker was moved, and promised that he would create a paradise on earth if all abandoned their false gods and turned once more to him. And this is why Andraste began her exalted march on the idolaters of the Tevinter Imperium. The Maker granted her his powers with which to smite her enemies. Andraste brought the Imperium to its knees, and her victories converted many to the worship of the Maker.
¿Cómo murió Andraste? La traicionaron, ¿no? Si no recuerdo mal.
Alas, it was the frailties of men that betrayed and killed Andraste.
Traición, sí.
Her earthly husband, Mafarath, a chieftain of the Alamari tribes himself, grew jealous as his wife's popularity and influence overshadowed his own. She was also revered as the Maker's betrothed, and Mafarath began to see their own bond waning in significance as Andraste became ever more devoted to the Maker. Out of envy and spite, Mafarath made a pact with the Archon Hysarian of Tevinter, allowing his beloved Andraste
Su propio marido la vendió.
ambushed and captured. Andraste was burned at the stake in Minrathous, the capital of
Y junto a ella había un perrete. Que aquí no lo has dicho. Se lo dicen más adelante o en otro juego. En el Inquisitio me parece que es. El perro de Andraste. ¿Por qué el hacedor no la salvó? Pues mira, esto no lo sé.
Did he withdraw his sight from her at that moment? Where were all the powers he bestowed upon her? This question has come to me many times, and I have no answer. Perhaps there was no way for Andraste to return to the Maker but through her death. We will never know for sure.
¿Cuenta más cosas de Sartan?
When Andraste began her exalted march against the Imperium, the elves joined her cause to fight their masters. The great elven leader, Shatan, born in captivity, rose up to lead his people. He foresaw a future where the elves were free. Shatan was killed when Andraste was betrayed, but the elves continued to fight, eventually breaking free of
¿Me lo está volviendo a contar o...?
The elves claimed
Sí.
the Dales in the south
Es lo mismo.
and settled there in the land of their own.
Vale.
If you wish.
Vale, pues a ver si nos dice algo más y si no, cambiamos de personaje. A ver, Leliana, ¿me dices algo más?
Something you need?
A ver qué me cuentas.
What's on your mind?
¿Echas algo de menos de Orlais?
I miss Valroyaux. Unlike
Valroyaux.
other cities where the people are the lifeblood and the character, Valroyaux was her own person, and her people little more than decorations. There was always music in Valroyaux, streaming from the many windows, quiet refrains and triumphant choruses, and always, floating above that all, the chant, coming from the Grand Cathedral. It was magnificent.
Entonces aquí ya era amiga de la embajadora. El que conozca la historia de Inquisition sabrá de lo que estoy hablando. Entonces, por lo que está contando, ya ha estado en Orlais. En Orlais, en Valroyeus. Es donde conoce a la embajadora. Importante esto, yo no me acordaba, gente. Ahora estoy atando muchos cabos. Suena maravilloso.
Oh, it would take me a day or two to talk about the many splendors of Orlais, her golden fields, her lush meadows. Of course, there are good things and bad things about Orlais, like anywhere else. Sometimes I miss it dearly, and sometimes I'm glad I'm rid of it. And you will laugh at this, but I miss the fine things I had in Orlais.
¿Qué cosas?
Dresses, fine dresses and furs.
Qué raro, esto no me lo esperaba.
One can't mingle with nobility with bad shoes, you see. Olay is very fashionable, almost ridiculously so. But the shoes, living with those ridiculous trends was worth it for the shoes.
Me encantan los zapatos.
When I left Olay, the fashion was shoes with delicate tapered heels and embellishments in the front. A ribbon, perhaps, or embroidery. In soft colors, of course. It was spring.
Qué maravilla. Esto es otro regalo, gente, que la puedes dar. Zapatos.
It was covered in pale blue silk.
Estos.
Amber beads on the toe. The shoes made in Olay were exquisite. Not at all like these clunky fur-lined leather boots you have in Ferelden. Ugh, just look at them.
Otra vez, vamos a tirar la caña, que llevamos un rato hablando sin tirarla a la caña.
Thank you. It's kind of you to say so, even wearing these mud-colored horrors. They're sturdy shoes, but sometimes a girl just wants to have pretty feet. Oh, I could talk about shoes all day, but we have things to do, don't we?
Ya sabemos que yo ya me ha hecho recordar dos regalos de Liliana.
Yes.
No sé si hay algo más.
Yes. What's on your mind?
He oído que en los reyes los trovadores suelen ser espías.
Where did you hear this?
Lo leí en un libro de historia.
And did you not think that this could be historical fact and no longer true?
No sé. Bueno, por lo menos se ríe.
Not all minstrels are spies. Most are just singers and storytellers. But some of them are what we call bards.
Yo creía que los trovadores eran bardos.
Many use the two words minstrel and bard interchangeably, but to do so in Orlais would cause misunderstanding. Bards are minstrels and more. Spies, as you say. Some say there is a bard order, but I don't think this is true. Many bards work alone or in small groups, doing the bidding of a patron who pays for their services. If there is an organization behind it all, no one knows who they are.
¿No los controla la monarquía? A ver.
The Empress must have her own bards at her disposal, I suppose, but many are more self-serving. In Orlais, there is much rivalry amongst the highborn. They fight over land, influence, and the favor of the Empress. But they cannot do this openly because it is impolite, and in public, they wear smiling faces and pretend to be civil.
¿Esto es como lo llamaban ellos?
Plot and scheme to destroy each other. It is a game
El
completely
game, el
meaningless
juego.
to anyone but its players.
El juego. Me parece que sabes bastante de los bardos.
And I shouldn't I, after having spent most of my adult life as one? You've guessed as much, I'm sure.
Hombre.
Does it really matter what I was? What's past is past.
A mí me da igual. ¿Pero por qué estabas viviendo en un claustro?
I found myself in Ferelden and sheltered from bad weather in the Chantry. And when the storm passed, I just did not want to leave. I like to say the Maker brought me here.
Vale. Bueno, de momento no hemos fallado a hablar con ella.
Something you need?
El oficio de bardo, no, esto porque esto es para pícaro.
Yes? What's on your mind?
Vale. Hasta aquí hemos llegado con Liliana. Siguiente. Nos falta Morrigan y... ¿Quién es este? No sé quién es. Morrigan, que está allí a tomar por el culo, y Sten. A ver, Sten.
Why are we stopping?
Háblame de los Kunari. Estamos trabajando juntos, creo que debo conocerte.
There are darkspawn to be fought. Is this delay needful?
¿Te encuentras bien? ¿Estuviste semanas en esa jaula?
You are concerned. No need. I am fit enough to fight.
Faltan los cuernos, pero bueno. Nunca antes había visto un cunare. Háblame cerca de los tuyos.
No.
No me esperabas.
Get used to disappointment. People are not simple. They cannot be summarized for easy reference in the manner of the elves are a lithe, pointy-eared people who excel at poverty.
Eso sí un poco hostil, ¿no crees?
Many humans have said that to me. I do not understand it. If I were indeed hostile, you would be bleeding.
¿Dijiste que pertenecías al ejército?
I am.
¿Has luchado en alguna guerra?
I have always fought in war, elf.
Entonces debes saber manejarlos en el campo de batalla.
Some of them. They aren't all alike.
¿Siempre se te da tan mal responder a las preguntas?
Generally. I do not see how this matters. Seheron and Parvolan are distant. Ferelden and the Darkspawn are immediate.
¿Por qué tienes prisa?
What a strange language you speak. You say hurry where I would say duty.
Es un guerrero. Pero no es tu deber.
No, it is yours, and you are chatting with me instead.
Muy bien.
As you wish.
Vale. ¿Vas a contar algo más o pasas de mí? ¿Vas a guardar?
Yes.
No sé por qué me da a mí que va a venir un tormentón aquí en Valladolid, gente. Se va y viene el sol muchísimo. Tengo una pregunta, a ver.
I am hardly surprised.
¿Por qué has venido a Ferendel?
To answer a question.
¿Cuál era la respuesta?
Were you not at Ostagar when the army was overwhelmed? That is your answer.
Por la ruina. ¿Por qué os preocupa la ruina?
Why do you?
Soy un guarda gris, es mi deber.
Exactly. You don't ask, nor do I. The Arashok sends me and I go.
Claro, es que estos tienen otra filosofía de vida, gente. Estos son como máquinas, cada uno tiene su función y cumplen su función a rajatabla. Si el líder le ha dicho, vete allí y investiga, estos vienen y investigan, y da igual, lo que sea. O vete allí y mata, no pregunta. O sea, a estos les dan igual. ¿Descubriste la respuesta a su pregunta?
A portion of it.
¿Cuál era la respuesta?
Were you not at Ostagar
Ya me lo
when
has
the
dicho.
army was overwhelmed? That is your answer.
¿Me tienes que informar?
Yes.
¿Cuándo vas a hacerlo?
Never.
¿Por qué?
I cannot go home.
Ah, bueno. Lo siento.
Thank you. Can we move on? We keep the Darkspawn waiting.
¿Qué estabas haciendo en la jaula?
Sitting, as you observe.
Joder. No es eso lo que quería decir.
It's what you asked.
No te caigo muy bien, ¿verdad?
Warden, if I truly disliked you, I would leave. That I am still here, you may interpret however you choose.
Dejemos el asunto.
Parshera, was there anything else?
A ver. ¿Algo que me has mencionado? A ver.
Speak, then.
No.
Then I suggest we move on.
Al amigo. Joder.
I am hardly surprised.
Ah.
Very well.
Pues nada, colega. Me voy a hablar con Morrigan a ver qué me cuenta. ¿Será más amable que tú? Vale. Ahora hablamos con el enano y el otro, que no sé quién es el otro. Hola, Morrigan.
What do you wish of me?
A ver.
If you must.
¿Cómo te convertiste en metamorfa?
I was not born such. 'Tis a skill of Flemeth's, taught over many years in the wilds. The chastened have tales of we witches, saying that we assume the forms of creatures to watch them from hiding. When a child is alone and separate from his tribe, that is when we strike, dragging the young boy kicking and screaming to our lair to be devoured. A most amusing legend.
Parece que es algo que te gustaría hacer. Uf. Es que ella siempre está de medio cachondeo, medio en serio, entonces no sé por dónde tirar. Voy a tirar, venga. Parece que es algo que te gustaría hacer.
Oh, I truly doubt that children would be worth the effort. They are filthy, smelly things full of tears and snot and trouble. That said, I cannot speak for the tastes of my mother. She has, after all, lived a very lengthy time in the wilds and done many things I know nothing of.
Ojo.
Why do you ask? Is there something specific you wish to know?
¿Puedes adoptar también formas humanas?
The form of an animal is different from my own. One may study the creature, learn to move as it does, think as it does.
El humano.
In time, this allows one to become.
Eso es muy difícil, claro.
I gain nothing by studying another human. I already am the same as they are. I learn nothing. So the answer is no, my human form is the only one I possess.
¿Cualquiera puede convertirse?
Anyone with sufficient will. But the act of transformation is a magical one. It is a spell and thus requires a mage's talent. If you had a notion to learn such a skill for yourself, sadly, you must remain disappointed.
¿Pasas mucho tiempo en forma animal?
There were nights when the wilds called to me, 'tis true. You look upon the world around you and you think you know it well. I have smelled it as a wolf, listened as a cat, prowled shadows that you never dreamed existed. But my life is as a human. I am under no illusions to the contrary.
¿Qué piensan los demás animales de ti?
They do not shy away from me. To their senses, I believe I seem like any other of their species. As to what they think, I truly cannot say. Just as I am still human, no matter my form, they are still animals. Thus they cannot speak, even were I to ask.
Hay custodios dalisanos que pueden hacer esa magia.
Oh? Then I have no doubt your people do much to keep their talents well hidden from humans. I wonder if I was to ask one of your keepers of the origin of their magics, if there would be any relation to what I was taught.
Sería fascinante, ¿no?
I may even ask my mother about it someday, though I doubt she would tell the truth of it even so, such is her way.
Vale.
Indeed. Have you an opinion on my abilities, then? Am I an unnatural abomination to be put to the torch?
No. Sería mejor hacerte un máster y hacerte cosquillas. Me gusta esa de las cosquillas.
I wouldn't advise it. But enough of such talk. Let us proceed, lest the dust gather on us.
Bueno. Hostia, le ha gustado. Bueno.
What do you wish of me?
Vale, vamos a ver, preguntar. Vale, metamorfos. ¿Creciste en la espesura?
Why do you ask me such questions? I do not probe you for pointless information, do I?
Te puedes tantearme cuando quieras. Es mi manera favorita de hacerte enfadar.
Beg pardon then while I jump for joy. What is it you asked? If I grew up in the wilds? A curious question. Where else would you picture me? For many years,
Vamos a meter ficha a todas. No sé si hay más personajes femeninos, para todas.
Were more real to me than Flemeth's tales of the world of man. In time, I grew curious. I left the wilds to explore what lay beyond, never for long. Brief forays into a civilized wilderness.
Pero seguiste volviendo.
Would you not do the same? Your world is an unforgiving and cold place. The wilds I hail from is home to me, and I am a natural denizen. For all that I had been taught, however, the truth of the civilized lands proved to be overwhelming.
Mucha información.
I was unfamiliar with so much. So confident and bold was I, yet there was much that Flemeth could never have prepared me for.
Debes de haber parecido bastante necia, muy osada, parece muy propio de ti, ya me lo imagino. ¿Saliste mal parada?
Was I hurt? What manner of simpering weakling do you take me for? Only once was I accused of being a witch of the wilds, and that by a chastened who happened to be traveling with a merchant caravan.
Que no se enfade, por favor.
And gasped and began shouting in his strange language, and most assumed he was casting some curse upon me. I acted the terrified girl, and naturally, he was arrested.
Eso sí que es pensar con rapidez.
Men are always willing to believe two things about a woman. One, that she is weak, and two, that she finds him attractive. I played the weakling and battered my eyelashes at the captain of the guard. Child's play. The point being,
Sus armas de mujer, ¿no?
to move through
Eso se suele decir.
fairly easily. Whatever humans think a witch of the wild looks like, 'tis not I. Not that I did not have trouble. There are things about human society which have always puzzled me, such as the touching. Why all the touching for a simple greeting?
Para saludarse, joder. ¿Te molestan los tocamientos, hostias? ¿Tocarse? ¿Como cuando das la mano?
To begin with, yes. What is the point of touching my hand? I find it an offensive intrusion. There were many nuances that Flemeth could never tell me of. When to look into another's eyes. How to eat at a table. How to bargain without offending. None of these things I knew.
¿Cómo comportarse en la mesa?
I don't understand it all, truth be told, but then I gave up long ago any hope of doing so. When I returned to the wilds last, I swore to Flemeth that I had no intention of leaving again.
Bueno, al menos me alegro de que todo saliera como ha salido.
Yes? Let's ignore the entire Darkspawn threat in the presence of a simpleton as your only other Grey Warden ally. Not that I lack appreciation for the intent of your comment. Thank you. Well, let's get on with it before the ground opens up and swallows us, yes?
Bueno, ¿vale? ¿Te caigo mejor? Más 7, hostias.
Yes?
Hostias. A ver.
If you must.
¿Nunca te ha perseguido la capilla?
You are very cute to ask
Voy, las que te quedan.
questions.
Me alegro de que pienses así.
And I am glad you are so glad. My mother has been hunted from time to time, yes, by Templar fools like Alistair, which should tell you how successful they generally were. Flemeth made a bit of a game of it, in fact. The Templars would come again, and she would look at me and smile and say that the fun was to begin.
¿Qué les haría a los pobres? Lo siento por los templarios.
They came with as much swagger and arrogance as they did self-righteousness. Pity them if you wish, for they held none for us. Flemeth would warn them once. 'Twas a warning they inevitably failed to heed. And then the true game began. Often Flemeth would use me as bait. A little girl to scream and run and
Hijas de puta, tú. Uf, qué mala hostia.
And to their doom.
Seguro que lo seguiríamos, ¿de verdad? ¿Los matabas de soba de cebo?
It was a game, and I a young girl. If I didn't get to play, I would have been very upset. Thankfully, the wilds is a vast place. Once they found us, Flemeth would simply move us elsewhere, and we would be lost within the forest once again. I did not understand.
Desaparecían dentro de la misma zona.
Until I was much older. I had never heard of apostates or maleficarum.
Maleficaron solo en lo mismo, apóstata. Magos que hacen magia de sangre y cosas. Iban a por ella sin ningún motivo, así que tuvieron que decidir.
Perhaps they did. Still, I do not begrudge them doing what they believe is necessary.
Más nosotros como elfos, la capilla como nos da igual.
Sees any mages not leashed to the circle of magi as apostates, and apostates could become maleficarum, evil mages that resort to blood magic and become demon-enslaved abominations.
Nosotros nos la pela un poco.
True. Still, those of us who prefer freedom see no reason to submit.
¿Y eso qué quiere decir? ¿Lucharemos contra vosotros hasta el fin? Estoy completamente de acuerdo. La libertad es la libertad, y más un elfo, gente.
Oh, I hope you are not simply being agreeable. It would be a refreshing change. Enough of this talk. Let us return to the task.
La libertad es la libertad. Y un elfo, gente, sabiendo el lore que tienen ellos, la libertad es muy importante. O sea que he tirado por eso, por ahí, no por otra cosa. A ver, más cositas. Que tú tienes un montón. ¿Flemet realmente lo que parece?
Well, that depends, does it not? What does she seem to be?
¿Humana? ¿Humana?
Oh, she certainly was human. Once.
Importante, ¿eh?
How much do you
Importante esto, ¿eh? A ver si nos lo cuento todo.
one that the chastened still tell of my mother, to frighten them into obedience.
A ver si nos la cuenta. Ni tan siquiera si sabía que existiera.
Ah, I see. That does explain much. I can relay what Flemeth once told me herself.
Ojo, la historia. Si es la original es muy buena. Esto promete ser interesante, adelante.
As the tale is sung by the bards, there was a time when Flemeth was young and beautiful, a fair lass in a land of barbarian men, the desire of any who saw her.
Importante, ¿eh? ¿De eso cuánto tiempo hace?
Many centuries before this land was even named Ferelden.
Ojo, ¿eh?
The tales say that Flemeth fell in love with Osin the Bard and fled the castle of her husband, the dread Lord Conabar, and that he swore vengeance for her infidelity. In truth, my mother claims that 'twas Osin who was her husband, and Conabar the jealous lord who looked on from afar. Lord Conabar approached young Osin and offered him wealth and power in exchange for his lovely wife.
Ojo, ¿eh? Su propio marido la vendió a un rico. ¿Así que vendió a su mujer a otro hombre?
The life of a bard is a poor one, and love fades in the wake of hunger. 'Twas Flemeth who suggested the arrangement.
Ojo, que aquí viene el girito.
Well, had Lord Conabar kept his end of the bargain. But he was a foul man who bargained with coin he did not possess. Osin was led off to a field and slain, left for dead. Flemeth spoke to the spirits and learned of the deed, and swore revenge.
Ojo, que se viene. Así que realmente llamaba a Osen, sí, era su amor.
That was not the point. Conabar had no honor, so she would not have him. Flemeth begged the spirits to aid her, and 'twas they who slew Conabar. The demon the legend tells of came later. Lord Conabar's allies chased Flemeth, you see. Chased her to the wilds,
Ojo, que viene.
and there she hid. There she found the demon, and he made her strong. The legends all speak of the great hero Cormac, he who defeated Flemeth and her great army when she invaded the lowlands centuries later. All lies.
¿El qué? ¿Que ella invadiera o que fuera derrotada?
The truth of the matter is that there was never an invasion. As Flemeth tells it, the Chastened never raised an army under her banner, and she never fought with any warrior named Cormac. Cormac led a brutal civil war against his own people, and later claimed it was to vanquish evil that had taken root amongst the lords. Thus, he was hailed a hero. Flemeth was only attached to the legend much later. Perhaps due to the great war with the Chastened that eventually came, but Mother claims not to know how it began.
Importante, ¿eh? La historia de traición que sufrió Flemeth y cómo se alió con un demonio que es la que la hizo quien es. Que bueno, ya veremos luego qué pasa con él. ¿Te crees su versión? La leyenda le dice que Flemeth tenía muchas hijas. Importante, me gusta esta pregunta.
You ask if I have sisters. I have asked of this myself. The stories tell of many witches of the wilds after all, not just the one. And these tales existed long before I did. Flemeth refuses to speak of other daughters, if they existed. So, should I believe I am her first? I doubt that too.
Importante dato, ¿eh? esta duda que tiene Morrigan sobre sus hermanas y sobre su madre. ¿Por qué se negaría a hablar de ellas?
The Chastened tell of a falling out between Flemeth and her daughters. They say that one day she hunted them all through the wilds and ate their hearts.
Ojo.
It may be true. I have never seen another witch or heard of one. Perhaps one day Flemeth will eat my heart as
Ojo.
well.
Ojo. ¿Te crees la versión?
I do not believe everything that Flemeth claims. Oft it seems her bitterness has colored her memories. But on the whole, yes, I believe this tale, if not all.
¿Cómo crees que ha sobrevivido tanto?
The demon within her has transformed her into something else. An abomination, perhaps some would say. I know not. I only know my mother is clever, and she is part of the wilds as it is part of her.
Ojo.
She is no immortal. She bleeds. A blade in her heart would kill her like any other, were it lucky enough to find her.
Ojo. Las abominaciones no suelen ser horrores dementes.
How often is this usually? Always? If not always, then when is it not true? There are more things in this world and the next than you or I could ever hope to understand. What Flemeth became is a mystery. I suspect, even to her.
Ojo. Una historia muy interesante, gracias.
Flemeth tells it with far more embellishment than I, but you are welcome. Dare I ask of your own mother? Few are abominations of legend, 'tis true, but I find myself curious nevertheless.
Vale. Murió hace mucho tiempo.
Ah, then you have my sympathies for what it is worth. Which is very little, I am certain. It matters not. Let us move on.
Además nos lo contó la colega del campamento, la custodia, ¿no? Custodia.
Yes.
Vale, a ver, más cositas. Esto no me interesa. Vamos a hacer un guardado porque vuelve a ralentizarse un poquito las conversaciones. Demasiado texto a lo mejor y le cuesta. La vida de la espesura debe de haber sido muy solitaria.
At times, perhaps. A world full of people and buildings and things was all very foreign to me. If I wished companionship, I ran with the wolves and flew with the birds. If I spoke, 'twas to the trees.
Suena de maravilla, somos un elfo, gente. Suena de maravilla.
For a time, but one can only remain a child for so long. I recall the first time I crept beyond the edge of the wilds. I did so in animal form, remaining in the shadows and watching these strange townsfolk from afar. I happened upon a noblewoman by her carriage, adorned in sparkling garments the likes of which I had never before seen. I was dazzled. This, to me, seemed what true wealth and beauty must be. I snuck up behind her and stole a hand mirror from the carriage. It was encrusted in gold and crystalline gemstones, and I hugged it to my chest with delight as I sped back to the wilds.
El espejito, uno de los regalos de Morrigan, ¿vale? ¿Y qué pasó?
Flemeth was furious with me. I was a child and had not yet come into my full power, and I had risked discovery for the sake of a pretty bauble. To teach me a lesson, Flemeth took the mirror and smashed it upon the ground.
El espejito, esto es un regalo para Morrigan, ¿vale? Pero solo eres una niña.
And a foolish one. Flemeth was right to break me of my fascination.
Sí, sí.
Beauty and love are fleeting and have no meaning. Survival has meaning. Power has meaning. Without those lessons, I would not be here today, as difficult as they might have been.
Sin esas lecciones yo no estaría aquí ahora, por muchos que hayan sido. Te hicieron más fuerte, ¿no?
They did indeed. To return to your original question, perhaps my time in the wilds was indeed lonely, but such was how it had to be. I find myself at times wondering what might have become of the girl with the beautiful golden mirror. but such fantasies have no place.
Ya veremos cuando te traigamos el regalo si lo conseguimos. El espejito. Inspiración baja menor. Hostia, por haber hablado con ella nos han dado una pasiva. Esto no lo recordaba, gente. Hostia, qué guay. Me gusta, me gusta. Vamos a preguntarte más.
So, full of questions, are you?
Ojo, ¿veis cómo va cambiando el afecto que tienen con nosotros? Esto está muy guay. ¿Eres realmente la hija de Flemeth?
I assume you were actually asking whether Flemeth herself gave birth to me.
No.
Truly, I do not know. I once asked Flemeth that very question and she merely
Que yo recuerde, no.
It is not inconceivable that she could capture a chastened man, or perhaps change to a more attractive form to attract him willingly. I find it more difficult to imagine her with child.
No siempre ha sido tan vieja, ¿no?
As a matter of fact, I remember her being younger once. She had black hair, much like my own, long and lustrous. But how could that be if she is centuries old? Has she become wizened only recently? Or are the tales of her legend only that, and nothing more?
Ojo.
I do know the tales of Flemeth having many daughters, even though I have never met another. And Flemeth has always treated me as her blood.
¿Y si tienes familia de verdad por ahí?
I would have nothing in common with them, nor any need for what they might provide. Flemeth taught me everything I needed to learn. How to survive, the meaning of power, the truth of men. If other mothers do not teach these things, then I believe them the lesser.
Claro, es que tus padres son quien te crían, gente. Puede haber muchas circunstancias y muchos eventos en un niño que sus padres son sus padres. Es cierto.
You suppose it's true? 'Tis true. Take yourself. You do not honestly desire such things from me, do you? 'Tis better to be free of such cloying and cluttering delusions as love.
Ojo. Ojo, que estás... Uf, aquí es complicado, porque se nos puede enfadar, gente. No sé cuál dar. Si yo lo quisiera... Estoy pensando en una misión que hay más adelante, gente.
Then more the fool you, I think. I tire of this discussion. Let us move on, shall we?
Se enfadó. ¿Se enfadó? Pues tenido suerte.
Yes.
A ver. Aquí creo que no hay nada.
Full of questions, are you?
Sigue manteniendo el tonito, vale. Es que luego hay una misión con ella, gente, más adelante.
Yes.
Pues.
We're in camp, so 'tis as good a time as any.
Vale. ¡Ojo! ¡Ojo! Pues acabamos de empezar. ¡Ojo! ¡Uf! ¡Ojo! ¡Uf! Me parece muy pronto, ¿eh? Esto yo creo que lo mismo la mosquea.
Discuss away.
Debemos poner fin a esto. Mi cabeza ahora mismo va como un tren, gente. Es que me parece prontísimo para tener un romance y encima con Morrigan, que yo creo que es de las más difíciles.
Yes.
Me la voy a jugar.
We're in camp, so
Lo mismo si se mosquea nos quita 10 puntos, de la relación, seguro. Me la voy a jugar.
What's this? 'Tis a rather odd discussion you seem to desire, leaning in so closely.
¿Alguna objeción?
Not unless you stop.
¡Ojo! ¡Ojo! ¿Tan pronto? ¡Hostia! Esto sí que no me lo esperaba, gente. Tengo que tener cuidado. Tenía el dedo puestico aquí en el cambio de escena por si acaso, ¿vale? Para cambiar a esta. Creo que la he cambiado o no la he cambiado. ¿La he cambiado? Para cambiar ahí a la cámara. Porque hay escenas de sexo, ¿vale? Hay que tener cuidadito porque lo mismo Twitchy nos dice Azasca, así que hay que tener cuidado. Pero me parece muy pronto. Hola, amiga.
We're in camp, so 'tis as good a time as any.
¿Otra vez?
Ah, such a romantic, I see.
Vale, pues no me lo esperaba, gente. Bueno, pues tendremos relación con Morrigan, entonces. Ya que la hemos iniciado, gente, no vamos a toquetear por todos los lados. Vale, ya que podemos tener relación con Morrigan, de todas formas me parece muy pronto. Muy, muy pronto.
We're in camp, so 'tis as good a time as any.
Vale. A ver si me cuenta algo más por otro lado, y si no lo dejamos así, porque ya me he visto que no suma.
So, full of questions.
No nos suma reputación con ella el besarnos. Vale. Hasta ahí. Vale, pues vamos a hacer relación con Morrigan. Está guay. Porque no me acuerdo de las relaciones y tal. Así que bueno. Lo que pasa es que me extraña que sea tan prontito, gente. Hola, amigo.
I saw your camp and remembered the kind offer that you made the last time we met. And is there anywhere safer for a poor merchant and his son to sleep? I think not. I'm perfectly willing to offer you a fine discount for the inconvenience of our presence. How does that sound? Good? Yes?
Claro. ¿Qué es lo que vendes exactamente?
Anything, everything, but all of the finest quality. No cheap trinkets here. And my boy Sandal happens to be a bit of a hand with enchantments. Oh, yes. Sadly, it also makes it a target for bandits and the like. If there were spare hands to hire as guards, I would have done so long ago.
Déjame ver tus mercancías.
I'm sure you'll be pleased with the goods my boy and I have collected, and with your discount.
Muy bien. Tenemos la tienda. Vamos a ver. A venderte. Hueso de dragón. El hacha. Hueso de dragón. Ojito. Hace casi tanto daño como mi mandoble. Ojito. Clemencia del silvano. Wow. Todo mío. A ver. Este yelmo es el de este set, ¿eh? Me los compro, gente. Y los guardamos para bastante más adelante. 38 de fuerza, ¿eh? Me voy a comprar, gente. Esto es de un DLC. Yo no suelo jugar DLCs. Uy, me he quedado sin pasta. Eso no puede ser. Se vende lo que haga falta. No, el escudo no. No. Me faltan las botas, ¿no? Sí, botas. Ya está. Hala. Muy bien. Esto también me vendría bien. Vamos a comprar las 4. Esto también. De esto tenemos 9. Vamos a comprar más. Dios, estas son caras. No me acordaba de que había tomos, tío, para aprender. Esto está guay, ¿eh? Vale. Vale, pues ya tengo guardadito ahí lo diré. El set de escamas de dragón.
The boy's a bit simple, but he's rather good with enchantments. One of those tranquil fellas actually called him a... what was it now? A savant. I had no idea such a thing existed.
Vale, ¿qué encantamientos hace?
He can fold lyrium into almost any weapon or piece of armor. Though naturally some of the more extravagant materials will take more lyrium.
Vale, podemos encantar las armaduras y las armas metiendo runas y tal.
Smiths back in Orzammar will perform, but my boy here is just as adept at it. Isn't that right, boy?
Enchantment.
And there you have it.
Vale, a ver, encantamientos.
Enchantment.
Vale, aquí ponemos la... No tengo ningún objeto que, que tenga slots, ¿vale? Para meter la arma, pero aquí podemos poner pues las runas. Ah, digo, no me deja salir, vale. Vale, vamos a ver a este colega, no sé quién es. Hola.
You're a hard man to find. Where are my manners? The name is Levy Dryden. Did Duncan ever mention me? Levy of the coins? Levy the trader?
Soy Poirel, nunca había oído hablar de ti.
Really? He never told you of old Levy? We've known each other for years. But here I am carrying on while you have a blight to stop. Don't want to waste your time. But you see, Duncan promised that together we'd look into something important for the Wardens. And for me. But poor Duncan's... well, no more.
Yes,
tragedy it is, at that. But I know he would want his work carried on. His pledge fulfilled.
Vale, ¿qué te prometió?
My family, well, past a bit checkered to see. Nobles look at us with disdain. My great-great-grandmother, Sophia Dryden, was the last Warden commander of Ferelden back when the Wardens were known as freeloaders. So King Arland banished the Wardens, and he took House Dryden's land and titles.
¿Qué pasó?
Hard to say. After King Arland died, there was a civil war, loads worse than this one. And our family was on the run, hunted by enemies, with nary a friend in the world. But Drydens are tough. We rebuilt, became merchants, and we never lost our pride.
¿Qué favor le pediste a Duncan?
I asked for the truth. My family reveres Sophia Dryden. We know she died at the old Grey Warden base, Soldier's Peak. We want evidence to clear her name. It won't restore our land or our titles, but it'll restore our honor.
Nunca había oído hablar del pico del soldado.
Well, no one's been to Soldier's Peak.
Esto a lo mejor es un DLC porque no me suena de nada, gente.
At least none that's come back. I spent years mapping the maze of tunnels to the peak, and I found the way a few years back. So I went to Duncan, I did, and I said that he could reclaim the old base and my family could have its honor.
¿Por qué no te ayudó?
Darkspawn surfaced in southern Ferelden, and Duncan got plenty busy recruiting new wardens and meeting with good King Caelan. Duncan said he would help after the Battle of Ostagar. Said there might be useful things at the peak, but he never had the chance.
Vale, la fe en tu familia no quedará sin recompensa, te ayudaré.
1,000 blessings upon you, Warden. I'll mark down the location on your map. When you arrive, we'll pick our way through the tunnels together.
No, no, no. ¿Me vas a llevar allí? Ah, vale. Vale. Eso es un DLC seguro, gente, porque es un mapa y unas cuevas y tal. O sea que... Vale, pues nos vamos entonces, ¿no? Vamos a continuar. Vámonos. Me llevo a... mi tanque, mi maga y mi pícara. Ahí está. Faltan otros 3 o 4 por lo menos, ¿eh? Vale. Se nos ha abierto misión... Vale, estos son para la de... los bosques. Esto de los bosques es para la misión de los bandidos de aquí, ¿eh? De Lodrin. Vamos a ir a la de los bosques, venga. Acá estamos. De momento no se ha extendido mucho la plaga o la ruina. Ojo.
Andara Natishan, my friend. You have come a long way. I give you the welcome of our clan.
Hola.
These are curious companions you have. Might I ask the purpose of your visit?
He venido en nombre de los guardias grises, hermana.
The Grey Wardens? You have joined their ranks? How unusual. Excuse my surprise. I will take you to the keeper right away.
Gracias. Pues yo creí que era la de los bandidos, parece que no. Hola, amigo.
I see we have a guest. And one of our own, no less.
This one is from one of our sister clans to the north, Keeper, but claims to have come on behalf of the Grey Wardens.
The Grey Wardens? How unusual that one of our own should join their ranks. How did such a thing occur?
Yo tuve elección.
Oh? I find it difficult to believe. Perhaps another time you could relate your tale to me? Masirinus Mithra, you may return to your post.
Manuvinen, Keeper.
Now, perhaps we might introduce ourselves.
That's
I
bien.
am Zathrian, keeper and Haran of this clan. You are?
Me llamo Poirel.
If you came to bring news of the Blight in the south, it is not needed. I had already sensed its corruption. I would have taken the clan north by now, had we the ability to move. Sadly, as you can see, we do not.
Yes, it seems like you've had your own troubles. What are the odds?
Do not allow our troubles to burden you, though I suspect they may impact your mission. I imagine you are here regarding the treaty we signed centuries ago. Unfortunately, we may not be able to live up to the promise we made. This will require some explanation. Please, follow me.
No me acuerdo. ¡Ojo! La plaga de sangre, es verdad, no me acordaba. Ahora sí me acuerdo.
The clan came to the Brazilian forest 1 month ago, as is our custom when we enter this part of Ferelden. We are always wary of the dangers in the forest, but we did not expect the werewolves would be lying in wait for us. They ambushed us, and though we drove the beasts back, much damage was done. Many of our warriors lie dying as we speak. Even with all our magic and healing skill, we will eventually be forced to slay our brethren to prevent them from becoming
Hombres lobo.
beasts. The Blight's evil must be stopped, but we are in no position to uphold our obligations. I am truly sorry.
¿No hay ningún modo de ayudar a los hombres?
The affliction is a curse that runs rampant in their blood, bringing great agony and then ultimately either death or a transformation into something monstrous. The only thing that could help them must come from the source of the curse itself, and that would be no trivial task to retrieve.
Estás hablando de... Pero soy un experto en tareas imposibles.
Within the Brazilian forest dwells a great wolf. We call him Witherfang. It was within him that the curse originated, and through his blood that it has been spread. If he is killed and his heart brought to me, perhaps I could destroy the curse. But this task has proven too dangerous for us.
Vale.
I sent some hunters into the forest a week ago, but they have not returned. I cannot risk any more of my clan.
¿Dices que quizá podría acabar con la maldición?
There is no guarantee that this will work, as I suspect. But it's the only hope we have left.
¿Has pensado en buscar ayuda externa?
From whom? The children of the stone? The Shemlin? Do you truly think they have time to spare for us?
Vale, pues lo haremos nosotros.
I must warn you that more than werewolves lurk in the Brazilian forest. It has a history full of carnage and murder, you see. Where there is so much death, the veil separating the spirit realm from our own becomes thin, allowing spirits to possess things, living or dead. But if you can indeed help, then I wish you luck.
Vale, porque tenemos la primera misión para reclutar a los elfos. Vale, algunas preguntitas.
Quick, if you please. I have much to do here. My apprentice Lanaya or Sayrel, the clan's storyteller, could provide you with answers just as easily.
Vale. ¿Cómo puedo encontrarlo?
Watch for the white wolves. They are his eyes and ears in the forest.
Vale. Háblame de la maldición.
There is not much to say. It stemmed originally from Witherfang, but now any werewolf may infect someone with
Vale. Bien. Así que todos los hombres lobo proceden del colmillo.
No. The ones from this forest, however.
Vale. Así que si me muerde un hombre lobo, me infecta.
It is possible, but not guaranteed. The only way to protect against the curse is not to be bitten.
Vale. ¿Cómo sabes si estás infectado?
You will know within a matter of days. You will begin to sweat and vomit, and most tellingly, your temper will become wild and uncontrollable. If that happens to you, you should seek out Witherfang even more swiftly. Your mission at that point will be rather personal.
Vale. ¿Cómo empezó?
That is a long tale I do not have time to tell. Ask Sayrel about it if you wish.
Vale.
Go on then. I must return to caring for my people. Creator's speed on your way.
Vale. Pues aquí tenemos la primera misión. Vamos a fisgar por aquí. Y las estatuas de los elfos y tal. Vale, hay un par de misioncitas secundarias que ahora las miramos. ¿Qué es esto? Aquí hay cositas. Arco de explorador de tejo, ojo, ahora lo miramos eso para Liana. Que tiene buena pinta. Esta Sarel, Camrel, Sarel, Elfo. Vamos a dar una vuelta por si acaso antes de hablar con la gente. Perdón, gente, me pica la garganta un montón. Venga. Unas hierbitas. Cofre, Leliana, por favor. Tu turno. Una daguita. Aquí están las hayas. Vale. Ahora miramos a verlas. Ahora pillamos todas las misiones, Pillamos toda la info que podamos. Pero antes vamos a darles el palo a los pobres elfitos, ¿no? Ya que estamos. Joder. Para pam pam pam. Vale, no se puede subir. Por mucho que lo intentes, no se puede subir. Bueno, pues primera misión.
Who comes? Anathara. I was so busy attending the Hala, I did not hear you coming.
¿Eres la maestra pastora del clan?
I am indeed. I am Alora, and it is my place to speak to the Hala and care for their needs. In return, the Hala guide us where we need to go.
Veo que has separado esta de las demás.
I fear she may have been bitten during the werewolf attack. I have tried speaking with her, but she is too agitated for me to understand. The curse would not affect her as it would us, but it would still be lethal. And it may prove contagious to the other Hala as well. I can find no wound on her, but if she's truly ill, then I will have to put her out of her misery. For her sake, as well as that of the others.
¿Puedo hacer algo para ayudar?
I don't know. Do you have any skills that might help her? If you do, I would be grateful.
Supervivencia. Intentas calmar a Laia.
No. No, I'm sorry. She isn't calming any more around you than she is for me.
Vale. Supervivencia, examinar.
And? What do you think?
No lo sé.
I am glad you attempted it regardless.
Uf, podría darle una muerte rápida si quieres.
No. That would not be right. When the time comes, then I will do it myself.
Vale.
It's my duty. as both master herder and as her friend. She shall take her last breath knowing she was always safest in my care.
Vale. Muy bien. Nueva misión. Vale, este ha subido de nivel. Vamos a ponerle ahí constitución a tope. Y vamos a poner este. Vale, ahí está. Vale, pues de momento el Haya...
Come to check on my Hala and I again, have you? I don't know. Do you have any skills that might help her?
Es que no sé si...
If you do, I would be grateful.
Ojalá fuera así.
You are very kind.
Ya lo siento, amiga. Pero no sé de medicina y tal. Y no puedo mandar a Morrigan, por ejemplo, o a Liliana. Así que nada. Elfa... Geina. Hola, amiga.
Welcome to our clan. It is good to see more of my own people from elsewhere.
¿Nunca habías conocido otro Dalisano?
At the last gathering of the clans, I was too young to be permitted to mingle. I look forward to the next.
¿Quién eres?
I am Geina. It is a grand thing that you have chosen to become a Grey Warden. I wish I were as brave as you are.
¿Es que no lo eres?
I am but a humble daughter with no more ambition than to be a humble wife. Is there something I can do for you?
¿Alguna preguntita?
I'm not sure what I can tell you, but I shall try.
A ver. Equipo.
Master Verathorn should have what you need. Seek him out at the forge.
Vale. ¿El bosque?
You would be best to speak to Sarel.
Sarel,
He is our
vale.
storyteller and knows far more of such tales.
Perfecto. Zatrian.
Zathrian? He has been our keeper since long before my parents' parents were born. What could you wish to know about him?
¿Qué edad tiene?
I don't know. Very old. It is said that Zathrian may be one of the first to become as our ancestors were long ago, immortal. All of us live longer than flat ears, you know that. Is your keeper not also very old? Why Zathrian differs from the others, I do not know. Perhaps he has been blessed by the creators. What is that?
Eso que sea tan anciano.
Then may the creators bring you fortune.
No me suena de los elfos. O sea, sí, sé que hay algunos que son súper ancianos. Pero esos son los soñadores. Cuando ellos ven qué tal, se van a dormir.
All right.
El lobo terrible, Fonzalel. Importante. A ver, Kamen.
You are the Dalish Grey Warden. And Darren Atishan. It is good to meet you.
Hola, amigo. Gracias. ¿Y tú quién eres?
I'm Kamen, a hunter apprentice. Though I wish I could become a real hunter.
¿Y qué te lo impide?
I suppose there's no harm in telling you. You know our ways. I've been an apprentice for too long. To become a true hunter, I must bring back the pelt of a beast I killed myself. A boar or a wolf or something. I wanted to hunt in the forest, but we're forbidden to enter because of the attack. But the real problem is Geina.
Buen del fuego, ya hemos hablado con ella, pero bueno.
She's my heart's desire. I have asked for her hand, but she cruelly refuses it. She will not bond with an apprentice, she says, and calls me a child. I am no child. If I was a hunter, I could prove it, but I cannot hunt, and Geina will never bond with me. I feel so helpless. I shouldn't have brought it up. Just leave me to my misery.
¿Algún otro modo de resolverlo?
You think I haven't thought about this? There's nothing I can do.
¿Podría hablar con Geina en tu nombre?
I suppose you could, but what do you want to do? The situation hasn't changed.
¿Has probado a cortejarla?
Wooing? I don't understand.
enamorarla, demostrarle tus sentimientos.
I've serenaded her, and we've talked many times under the moon. But that doesn't matter if I'm still an apprentice. Not to her.
Preguntar si te has acostado con ella es pasarse.
No, we've never done anything like that. Never.
¿Ni siquiera os habéis besado?
Of course not. I'm not even bonded yet. I've never kissed anyone, not like that.
En ese caso deja de piensa en otra cosa.
Such as?
Si yo te trago la piel.
No, I couldn't do that. I must kill the beast myself. It is my rite of passage to become a full hunter.
¿Por qué no entras en el bosque?
But the keeper said, no, I just can't. What if I encountered a werewolf? I couldn't defeat one of those on my own.
¿Por qué no vienes conmigo?
The keeper would know right away if I left him. Masiranis for the offer, however. That's very kind of you.
Muy bien.
Oh, what do you want now? I told you everything already. You think I haven't thought about this?
Le traigo yo la piel, gente. No me deja. Ahora voy a hablar con la custodia otra vez, a ver si el custodio. A ver si me cuenta algo. El cofre.
Please leave that be. If you have need of equipment, I am sure Master Verathorn can help you.
Vale. ¿Puedo preguntar qué contiene?
Why? Surely even in your clan there were things the keeper kept private. Please do not ask again.
Yes. What is it you need? Have you news?
Preguntas. A ver si nos deja hablar del aprendiz. Aquí no me dice nada. Me caes gordo, no sé por qué.
Have you news? Then I suggest you see Master Verathorn. I will instruct him to put aside some supplies for you, the kind that the hunters use. I must return to caring for my people. Creator's speed on your way.
Under an Atishan Lethaline. My name's Lanaya, Zathrian's first. I hear your clan has moved on to the north, and that you're now one of the Grey Wardens. Allow me to congratulate you for stepping into a world that few of our people even dream of. I wish I could do the same.
Coño. ¿Qué te lo impide?
I have many duties here, my friend. I love my clan, and cannot part with them for my own selfish curiosity. Perhaps, since you have traveled in the outside world yourself, might I ask you a question or two?
Al contrario, adelante. Lo que sea por una hermana.
I hear the human cities are very large, thousands upon thousands of souls all packed together in their houses. Is that true?
Sí, algunas son más grandes de lo que abarca la vista.
How very loud that must be with everyone talking all at once. I try to imagine those of our people living in such a place, surrounded by walls of stone and indifference. It is a difficult thought.
Complicado. Están acostumbrados a ello. Igual que los humanos. No es una vida fácil.
Why do they stay, do you think? These elves who live with the humans.
No conocen nada mejor.
That is sad indeed. It is said that one day we will have a land of our own. We Dalish gather the ancient wisdom in preparation for this. When that day comes,
Me gusta el diseño de esta.
even those
Está
who
guay.
have forgotten will reclaim their former glory. I have one more question, though I'm not sure you can answer it. Do the humans ever regret what they did to us?
Creo que algunos de ellos sí, no todos los humanos son iguales.
And yet, even if some regret, they do nothing. A poet once wrote of them before the fall of the Dales. Like dragons they fly, glory upon wings. Like dragons, they savage, fearsome, pretty things. But you don't need me to quote poetry to you. Forgive me. Perhaps you have some questions of your own.
Algunas. Háblame de ti.
I'm hardly anyone special, I assure you. If I seem different from the rest of my clan, it's only because I was born amongst humans. I came to the Dalish at a very young age, but I've always retained my curiosity about the world I came from.
¿Cómo te unistes?
My parents were servants to a human merchant whose caravans plied the southern routes. One day, bandits killed them, and my parents both. I was the only survivor, just a young girl, and the bandits took me. I was their servant for several years.
¿Lo cuentas con mucha serenidad?
Do I? It's taken many years of reflection to come to terms with it, to forgive what those men did to me. I can only imagine what would have happened had the clan not saved me from them. I owe them my life for that, and more.
¿Te rescataron?
The bandits killed a scout when the clan passed near their camp. When the clan discovered him, Zathrian came looking for his killers. He followed their tracks for almost a month, and when he finally caught up to us, he fell on the bandits like a terror. No one could stop him. I sat there and I watched him attack them in a blur, and I reveled in every blow. When he saw me...
Ah, ya me acabo de acordar, vale.
He took me back to the clan, and I've been here ever since.
No digo nada, gente, me acabo de acordar de la historia de esta zona. ¿No tenías familia con la que volver?
It's possible I might have had some, maybe many. Zathrian offered to take me back, but I had no idea where I was from, and I wanted to stay with the man who rescued me. The clan is my family. Any others out there? It's best they believe that little girl died with her parents. For now, the clan is all I need. My old world could not have offered me all this, and the knowledge of a keeper as well. Perhaps one day, when I am keeper, I might inquire out of curiosity. I'm not sure what lies down that road except pain, however.
¿Cómo te convertiste en custodia?
I am not a keeper. I am Zathrian's first. Though because I was
Va
not
a
born into
ser la
the clan,
siguiente.
becoming his first was very difficult. We Dalish have old traditions. The clans come from the ranks of the nobility that once ruled the Dales, you see. The keepers of those old clans have the strongest and purest blood that reaches back to the days of Arlathan. I had to compete against the other candidates for first, to be better than them in everything, simply because I was not of the old blood.
Debes de sentirte orgulloso por lo que has conseguido.
I am. The ceremony where Zathrian anointed me as his first was the proudest day of my life. The clan has placed great trust in me. One day, I will lead them and be the one who secures our future.
Cuéntame más de Zathrian.
Nothing that you could not ask Zathrian himself. He is the keeper of this clan and has been for a very long time. He is also a very good man who has lost much. The Dalish are everything to him, and he would do anything to protect them.
¿Ha perdido mucho? ¿Qué quieres decir?
He lost his family a very long time ago. I don't know the story, but I understand the circumstances were horrific. I'm hardly anyone special, I assure you. If I seem different from the rest of my clan, it's only because I was born amongst humans. I came to the Dalish at a very young age,
Que ya me lo contaba, así que...
I've always retained my curiosity about the world I came from. As you wish. Darth Shiral.
Darth Shiral. Muy bien. Por aquí tenemos la misión del cazador, que no me dice nada. A ver si me deja persuadirlo o algo.
Oh, what do you want now? I told you everything already.
Preguntas.
I don't think there's anything I can tell you. My clanmates in the camp would be better at that.
Vamos a hablar con la chiquita esta. A ver.
Greetings once again.
Carmen me ha hablado sobre ti.
You spoke to him? What did he say?
Que te niegas a conceder tu mano.
Oh, I am embarrassed to talk about this to you, but I simply cannot accept his proposal. He's been a hunter apprentice for over 2 years now, and he's yet to slay a proper beast. Each time he's tried, something has gone wrong. Perhaps the creators do not wish us to bond. I cannot bond with an apprentice hunter, can I?
Dentro de su cultura me imagino que, no sé. Si lo amas de verdad, eso debería ser lo de menos.
Yes, it does matter. He is an apprentice, a child. I cannot bond with him yet. Please, tell him I am sorry.
No ha colado. ¿No ha colado? Vale. A ver, colega.
Oh, what do you want now? I told you everything.
No ha colado. He hablado con Gaena.
You did? What did she tell you?
Que no puede casarse.
No, I've expected differently. But thank you for trying. Until I complete my hunt and become a true hunter, it shall never be.
Vale. Pues nada, amigo. Parece que no puedo coger esta misión. Hola, Athras.
It is good to see another of the wandering clans. Where is your clan now, if I might ask?
Partieron hacia el norte justo después de quemar Marchera.
I see. I am glad you have become part of such a respectful organization as the Grey Wardens, however. I understand you will search for the wolves in the Brazilian forest. I would join you, but Zathrian has forbidden me.
¿Prohibido?
We are banned from entering the forest now. I have more cause than most, but I will not disobey my keeper.
¿Para qué quieres entrar?
I suppose there's no harm in telling a fellow elf, but surely you have greater concerns than any problem of mine, no?
A ver, dímelo.
Well, perhaps you could help me with it. I would certainly appreciate anything you could do. My wife Denilah and I both fought the werewolves in the ambush. She was injured so gravely, the curse spread rapidly in her. Zathrian fought hard to ease her pain, but there was little he could do. And though he says that Denilah is dead, he will not let me see her body. I am beginning to believe she became a werewolf, and that it is being kept from me so I do not go chasing after her. If I could just know if Denilah is alive, or what happened to her, then I could be at peace.
Ir a buscarla, venga.
I have an amulet made by our craftsman. It's not much, but I would be happy to give it to you in return for any news.
Vale. Otra misión. Barazón. Hay un Barazón que nos da una misión. A ver quién es. Es la custodia esa, la de las hayas. Un arquito.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back?
Hostias. Hola, amigo. ¿Tú que eres el arquitecto? Vendedor.
What are you doing? You've warped the wood completely. Did you leave it out in the rain?
No, Master Verathorn. I think I just used too much heat.
You're not smelting ore like a Durgenlin. This is living wood. It requires patience and delicate hands, not more heat.
My actions bring me sorrow, Master Verathorn.
And so they should. Truly the art will be lost to us forever at this rate. Throw away your dead wood and start anew, and I shall speak to our guest, and Darren Atishan friend. It has been some years since I met Master Island at the last gathering. He is still hale, I hope.
La última vez que lo vi se encontraba bien, sí.
That is good to hear. Your clan is more familiar to us than most, since we do not stray far from each other in this land. I met your father, for he was once keeper of your clan.
Ojo.
Carry many of his features. He spoke at a gathering, telling the clans that more of us need to voyage into the Shemlin world and learn their ways. He would be proud to see his son a Grey Warden, I think.
Gracias, eres muy amable.
Our people speak so little of the dead, especially those who end in tragedy. I thought you should know, regardless.
Pareces bastante ducho en las artes antiguas, maestro.
What little of the craft I've learned has been passed on to me through generations. Such is the time it has taken us to learn a fraction of what has been lost. I do not make bows as fine as Master Island's, perhaps, but
Might have caused more than one Shemlin to drool at the thought of possessing them. There is wood that, if treated properly, is as hard as steel but far lighter. It grows only in this forest. Ironbark. The keeper has forbidden us from entering the forest to collect the wood. This means I cannot make our finest crafts for years to come.
¿Si te traigo la corteza?
I would be hesitant to ask it of you, but if you should come across ironbark, I suppose there would be no harm in gathering some. It is blue and very distinctive. You can only harvest the bark which has fallen off the tree from age. Now, if you find some, bring it to me, and I will collect it for you.
Vale. ¿Qué clase de objetos puedes crear?
I excel in making blades from the ironbark, or perhaps a breastplate, provided there's enough wood, that is.
Vale. Muy bien, estaré ojo visor cuando ande por el bosque.
That would please me, so long as our hunters come first.
Necesito equipo. Me han dicho que podrías ayudarme.
Yes. The keeper sent word that you might ask me for such. I took the liberty of assembling some goods that our hunters use. I notice you've already found the chest I placed it in. Feel free to sort through and take whatever you found there, if you've not done so already.
¿Puedes dejarme algo más?
I have nothing left that the clan could spare, but we do have goods that we were going to bring to the Shemlin villages to barter with.
Vale, a ver qué tienes.
I am no merchant, but let us trade. Perhaps there's something here which will be of value to you.
Vale. Vale, no es mala. De armas normalitas. Nah. Esto sí me interesa. Uf, es que son carísimas, tío. Son carísimas. Son carísimas ahora mismo para mí. Vale, vamos a hacer una comprobación de equipo. A ver. Rapidez al apuntar con el tejo. Este es muy bueno, ¿eh? Arcazo. Vamos a ponerte las flamígeras para que las vayas gastando. Casco de cuero, nada. Bueno. Además para vender.
It is good to see you again. Have you need of something?
A ver.
I am no merchant, but let us trade. Perhaps there's something here which will be of value to you.
Vale. Esto lo voy a guardar. El tema de los regalos, tío, no me acuerdo cómo se le daba directamente a la... ¿No? No me acuerdo. No recuerdo si era... Si yo vengo aquí, por ejemplo... Aquí, alistar. A ver, tú que eres de la iglesia. A ver, ¿dónde están los regalos? Aquí. Si yo te doy el símbolo de Andraste... Aumenta, sí. Vale.
Wow.
Vale, me lo guardaré y se lo daré en el campamento. Llevo... Uf, es que llevamos mucho peso, ¿eh? Llevamos bastante peso. Y es por esto. Vale. Muy bien. Ya hemos cogido la misión de este. Tenemos aquí la misión del cazador. Tenemos un cofre para abrir. Leliana, tu turno. No. El cofre es bueno entonces. Vale, al bosque. Ya solo tengo la misión del cazador este y no me la quiere dar, o sea que nos vamos. Turururum. Tururum. Vale, pues vamos a buscar al lobo blanco ese que ha dicho. No me acuerdo cómo era el mapa, me acuerdo de la historia, eso sí. Más o menos por encima. Así que vamos a ver ahora cómo se porta esto. El bosque de Bercilia.
Yes?
No.
Something you need?
¿Qué sabes de este lugar?
People have always spoken of dark and mysterious woods haunted by beings unseen. The Brazilian forest is one such forest.
Vale.
They say the veil is thin here, and spirits from the fade pass over, drifting through the trees and giving them an unnatural and sinister intelligence. It is said that if you feel you are being watched in the Brazilian forest, you are.
Vale, joder, qué mal rollo me has dado, tío. Vale, vámonos.
The veil is thin here, and all manner of strange things may be seen.
Vale, por aquí arriba hay lobos. Eso, venid vosotros. Perfecto. Vaya musicón, tú. Qué alto está. Espero que no lo oigáis tan alto como yo. Hombre lobo. Déjame arquera. Déjame arquera, desgraciado. Ahí he fallado. Me tira por el hombre lobo que me mata. Me mata la Alistar, tú. Cúrate, anda. Vamos, que podemos. He subido de nivel y me ha salido lo de las especializaciones, ¿eh? Ojo. Podemos coger clase secundaria. Vale. Piel de lobo. Bueno, aquí no, aquí. A ver. Segador. Más 1 de constitución, más 5 de resistencia física. Templario y campeón son para, más que nada para tanques, entre comillas, ¿vale? Estos son los que usan magia usan la sangre como para potenciarse y esos no me gustan. Vamos a coger segador. ¿No puedo cogerlo? ¿Por qué? Puntos de especialización 1. No sé por qué no me han dejado. Vale, ahora sí, ahora vamos a quitar el indómito. Y vamos a poner, este le quitamos y vamos a poner el golpes poderosos. ¿Vale? Ahí está. Porque ahora ya no tienen penalización. Y si tiene penalización es muy pequeña. Vale, a ver. Es un poco laberíntico, gente, así que hay que tener paciencia. Vale, vamos. Podemos hacer el giro así por el exterior y luego ya investigar el centro. que hay atrás, ¿eh? Hostias. Uf. Vaya hostias con el nuevo bufo, tú. Una macita. Que veo un templario y no me da nada, ni misión ni nada. Vale. Ojo la gracia de Andraste. ¿Para quién era? Para la Leliana. Las flores de la Leliana. Ahí tenemos el regalito de la Leliana. Perdón. Hola amigos, patas rápidas. ¿Quién es tú? Hola.
The Watchwolves have spoken truly, my brothers and sisters. Another of the Dalish come to put us in our place. Come to make us pay for our attack.
Hostia, yo no me acordaba de esto, ¿eh? ¿Y quién se supone que eres tú?
You speak to Swift Runner. I lead my cursed brothers and sisters. Turn back now. Go back to the Dalish and tell them that you have failed. Tell them we will gladly watch them suffer the same curse we have suffered for too long. We will watch them pay.
Preferiría hablar contigo, no venir a hacer ningún daño.
No, there shall be no talk. You invade our forest, and you insult us with your talk. Come, brothers and sisters! Swift Runner calls you to battle! Drive this invader from our midst!
Vale. Vamos, chiquitines.
Enough. The forest has eyes of its own, and it shall deal with
Sí.
you have been warned.
Algo pringao. Vale, Vamos a seguir este camino. Así hacemos el girito. Porque por aquí no se puede subir, no. He fallado el golpe poderoso, tío. Fallo muchísimo. Venga, a pastar. Piel del hombre lobo. Más pieles. Puritas, que son importantes. Vale. Seguir por este borde. No sé si por aquí se podrá ir hacia el norte en algún momento. Oye. ¡Hostias! Vamos. Con la espalda que duele. Cúrate, que te va a hacer un agarre, creo. Uf. ¡Llama! ¡Cacho cabrón! Venga a pastar. ¡Llama! Me mola esos kills, tío. Uf. Deja a mi compi. Boom. Luego he hablado. Ahí hay otro. Espérate que nos curemos un poco. Ahí hay otro. ¿Qué camino? ¡Ojo! La corteza de árbol. Genial. ¡Hostias! No me acordaba de estos. Estos son jodidos, que depende de cómo se tercie. Los Ents van a la guerra. Cabrón. Me ha cortado todos los ataques el cabrón. Salida norte del bosque. Por ahí salimos, pero no me vale. Vale. Vamos a ir por aquí. Lápida antigua. ¿Qué hay aquí? Vente, flipado, anda. Vale. Es para el perrete. Constelaciones. Otro regalo, no sé para quién será, pero es un regalo. ¿Qué pichas es esto? Ves una lápida ante ti y te produce una sensación inquietante. Déjala en paz. Déjala. Los juegos de rol, las lápidas es mejor no tocarlas, gente. Por lo que pueda pasar. Venga, ir bajando todos. Vale. Venga, aquí hay 2 árboles más. Vamos a seguir por el norte. Está costando más de lo que pensado, ¿eh? Venga, a pastar. Vale. Para que no, eso es un humo para que no nos flanqueen, básicamente. Vale. ¿Estáis bien, no, chicas? Bosque del sur, bosque sureste. Ojo, bosque sureste, ¿eh? Es un cambio a otra zona del bosque. Ahora lo miramos. Guardado. Hola, amigo. Ay, ¿no había una misión con uno de estos? Que era bueno. Me ha derribado el cabrón. Hay que pastar. Muy bien, chicas. Que no se diga. Curaciones, curaciones. Hola, amigo. Claro del gran roble, ahora vamos para allá. ¡Hostia! No va a ser mucho dos. Vamos, chicas. Boom. Me gusta el team. Vale, ahora hablamos con él. Recordaba que había una misión, está aquí. Vale. Aquí hay otro, ¿eh? Esto es de Liliana, vale. Canción del valor esa es de Liliana por ser bardo.
Now is better than later.
Hay una marca identificable ahí. Hola, amigo. Raro.
Be thee that comes before this elder tree.
¿Puedes verme? Soy un elfo.
Ah, yes, I remember thee. Long ago, the elves roamed free, their numbers few and passing fast. Until one eve, we saw their last. Allow me a moment to welcome thee. I am called the Grand Oak, sometimes the Elder Tree.
Habla como en poesía,
It's a
sí.
rhyming tree. One can only imagine what manner of spirit is involved here.
And unless thou thinkst it far too soon, might I ask of thee a boon?
¿Qué favor pides?
I have but one desire, to solve a matter very dire. As I slept one early morn, a thief did
Una bellota, es verdad.
and steal an acorn.
¿Una bellota?
All I have is my being, my seed. Without it, I am alone indeed. I cannot go and seek it out, yet I shall die if left without.
Cuidadito con lo que decís con este, que este es un boss, ¿eh? O sea, este os puede partir el lomo o la boca muy fácil. ¿Podría buscar tu billeta que saco de cambio?
My wooden skin has some magic, see? And part of it I can give to thee.
Preferiría que me ayudaras a encontrar el colmillo fulminante.
In the center of the forest the wares do dwell, or so go the tales my fellows tell. But they cannot be followed there. The forest doth protect the wares.
¿Por qué los protege?
Perhaps wares use magic to command the trees. All I know is they move as they please.
¿Con tu madre podré llegar al centro del bosque?
The forest would see thee as a tree, and so no harm would come to thee.
Vale. Parece una recompensa razonable.
Willst thou then perform the task? Willst thou save me as I ask?
Claro.
Go to the east to find this man. I shall await. Do what thou can.
Pues vamos a ayudar a un árbol. Pero bueno, ya con eso los silvanos no nos atacan si lo ayudamos. ¿Vale? Ojo. No hay ni resto de sus moradores, ¿eh? Me mosquea.
How odd. A camp with no campers, complete with fire and warm blankets. Rather inviting, would you not say?
No percibes ningún indicio de peligro, aunque te extraña que hayan abandonado el campamento. Puede que, si lo registras, encuentres más pistas. Continuar. Registra el campamento. A ver, tienda. Al asomarte dentro de la tienda te sorprende lo seca y confortable que parece. Está limpia y además vacía. Qué lugar más agradable para echar una cabezadita.
The elven hunters didn't set this up. How strange. And yet it all just seems so
Se están quedando dormidos, ¿eh?
friendly.
Ojo.
I want to do nothing but remain.
No podemos dormirnos aquí, tenemos que irnos. Te hacen falta todas tus fuerzas para apartarte de la tienda. Una oleada de fatiga te abruma, a pesar de tus intentos por resistirla. Se mira los restos de la fogata, lleva pocas horas sin que la cuiden. Las brasas atraen tu atención con un brillo casi hipnótico.
Do not look in the fire. It draws my strength. Perhaps we should sit down. Rest.
Las llamas emiten una repentina caída que te arrebata las fuerzas. Al darte la vuelta, un escalofrío se te meten en los huesos. Estás exhausto. Miras el saco de dormir, se te antoja cálido y confortable. Te sientes como si llevaras siglos sin dormir. Sería tan agradable tenderse y abandonarse el sueño.
You know, I feel as if I could sleep for days. Do you feel it? It's not quite right.
Yo siento lo mismo, no podemos dormirnos. Incapaz de resistirse al influjo, vuelves a las tiendas a los pies y te sumes en un sueño de reparador y maravilloso. Verás tú. Verás tú el palo o el hachazo que nos meten. Te digo yo. Les han matado a todos menos a... aquí a la colega. No sé qué tiene esta para... Es que la maga. Aquí se viene la F, yo creo, ¿eh? Es muy dura, ¿eh? Cúrate. Hielo. Drenaje. Cúrate. Vale. Rayo. Vale, hielo. Voy a curar con una pequeña. Drenaje. Hostias, qué mal lo he pasado, gente. Creí que se venía la F aquí, ¿eh? Uf. El campamento era muy antiguo y los restos de las víctimas en la sombra yacen por todas partes como si siguieran durmiendo. Hijo de puta, tú. Casi nos revienta.
A hungry spirit luring those who pass to their rest and their doom. One might wonder how it learned this trick. No matter, it shall prey on no one else.
Muchas gracias, Morrigan, hija. Solo los magos se resisten aquí, por lo que veo. Vale, hora de curarse, porque nos habrá metido... Sí, nos ha metido mierdas. Así que... a curarse. Uno de estos... uno de estos... y otro para ti, Leliana. Vale, a saquear. Guantes de élficos.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back?
Astucia 3, fuerza -1. Ese para la pícara la viene al pelo. Escudo del clan, estos son todos elfos, tío. Estaba alimentando de elfos el hijo puta. A ver, Leliana, un anillito te traigo. A ver, a ti. Vale, ¿ya tengo todo visto? ¿En serio? Parece que sí. Pues parece que sí. Salida al norte al este del bosque. Al sur. La lápida que de momento no sabemos nada. Vamos a ir aquí al norte. Vamos a ir al norte. A ver. De todas formas, gente, lo vamos a ir dejando. Bueno, vamos a dar un ratito más. Estoy todo enganchado. Ya que no se cierra ni crasea ni nada, estoy todo enganchado. Tenía muchas ganas de jugarlo, gente. La otra vez me quedé con el mal sabor de boca de que no funcionaba el cabrón. ¿Quién? ¿Quién me ataca? Han spawneado lobos. Bueno, pasamos. Pasa. Vámonos. No se puede hacer en combate. ¿Cómo que no se puede hacer en combate? Se están a tomar por culo. ¿Me estás diciendo? Pam. Calor hace aquí, gente. Hace un bochornazo, pero brutal, ¿eh? Vale. Área desbloqueada, el bosque de no sé qué. Hay un montón de hayas. Morrigan ha subido de nivel, no me había dado cuenta. Relaja que me matas. Me mató. Y a este también. Drenaje. Hijo de puta, llama a otro. Dale, caña. Necesito un healer. Necesito un puto healer. Necesito un healer, gente.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back?
Vale, es la primera vez que sube Morrigan de nivel, ahora que me doy cuenta, ¿eh? Estaba a nivel 7. Voluntad y magia, gente. Magia, voluntad. Y ahora... ¿Por dónde la llevamos? ¿Por qué rama? La rama de creación, sanar, sí. Como que hacemos nuestra healer. Sí, 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 sí. Espíritu, entropía, sí, sí. Vamos a hacerla nuestra healer. De hecho, vamos a tácticas. Leliana, curandero. Por favor. Soy mental, sí. Se dedica a sanar. Sanar, sanar. Y esto, cada vez que tenga, vamos a tirar esto. ¿Vale? Cuando estén gente a melee, bueno, a melee no. Enemigo. Salud más baja. Salud menor. Porque al enemigo que tenga menos vida, abrazo. El hielo. Sí, que reparta amor. Pero que sea nuestra healer, tío. Necesitamos un healer. Como el comer. Vale, vamos a ver. ¡Ojo! ¿Viste?
Please. Help. Listen. I'm not the
¡Ahí está! Esta es la mujer del otro. ¿Qué te ha pasado?
I am cursed. Turned into this creature. The curse, it burns in me. I fled into the forest. The werewolves, they took me in, but I had to return. I had to.
Careful. These werewolves might have laid a trap for us or something. You never know.
You are Dalish. I am as well. Or I was. Until I change. Please. Tell me. Have you seen my clan?
¿Eres una Dalishana que se ha transformado en hombre lobo?
Yes. Just scant days ago.
Lo estoy.
So, you know what happened to us.
Uf, curarla, sí, vamos a curarla.
No. I cannot be healed. Not even by magic. Please, you must listen. My name is
Daniela, la mujer del otro que hemos...
He is called Athras. Please, you must bring him a message.
Oh, the poor woman, she's in such pain.
The staff I wear. Bring it to him. Tell him I love him. Tell him I am dead and with the gods. I beg you.
He hablado con Arzas, está muy preocupado por ti.
I want him to be at peace. He is a good man.
No hay manera de curarla, tío.
Do not let him suffer thinking of me. Oh, the pain. The curse is fire in my blood.
Está sufriendo un montón, ¿eh?
Please, hand it for me. Hand it quickly.
Debe haber algún modo de curarte.
Magic will not work against the curse. Oh, you must end it.
Antes necesito respuestas, debes ayudarme, por favor.
I will tell you what I know if you promise to end my pain.
Muy bien, te lo prometo. tomado conciencia de lo que son.
Overcome the curse like I have. There is a ruin in the center of the forest. You may find them there. They will think you mean to kill them. I can tell you no more. The pain, it is too much.
Vamos a dar la paz, gente. Lo que nos ha dado el pañuelo. Sí. Vale, nos ha dado el pañuelito. Por lo menos. Ahora que me doy cuenta, esta tiene esto. Comprar frascos, para hacer curativas. Para hacer pociones, gente. Me acuerdo ahora de que tenía Morrigan, es herborista. Nosotros, por cierto, ¿de qué somos? No tenemos ninguna, ¿no? Somos rastreadores. De ahí que salgan los puntitos en el mapa y esas cosas. Somos rastreadores. Vale, vamos a hacer la ruta norte como antes y luego vemos el centro. ¿Aguantáis, chicas? Sí, sí, aguantan, aguantan. Vale. No me dan nada. Continuamos.
As though we've been walking in circles for hours.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back?
Control.
Right, all right.
2.
You have no skill, only desperation.
¡Hijo puta! ¡Cabrón, tú! Ahora que está congelado. Déjate de kills. Déjate de kills, hombre. Que se nos muere Alistar. Va. No. Se ha curado. Vale, guay. Vale. Pociones. Otra lápida. Protección. A ver cómo vamos de vida. Antes de nada. Vale, vamos a esperar un poquito a que nos curemos. Perturbamos la lápida, a ver. A ver qué pasa. Collar con pinchos para el Mogari. Escudo del clan. Matista. La liana. Sí. Hostias. Hostias, arcazo. La liana, arcazo. 660. Tiene un poquito crítico, pero bueno. Penetra más armadura, tiene más alcance, bastante más alcance. Toma ahí. Pepinazo. Toma, flechitas de elfo. Para que te las goces. Vale. Vamos a mirar esto. Perturbar. ¿Qué pasa? Ah, los esqueletos. ¡No! Uf. F. Pero F con todo. Nada más ver el regresado. Eso sí. Corre, 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 corre. Corre, corre, que nos morimos. ¿Qué te va a pasar? Me ha tirado la. Me ha tirado la guillotina, el cabrón. Corre. Nada más ver el regresado, gente. Hijo puta. Corre, 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 corre. Fazo. Uah, nada más ver el regresado dije se acabó. Son de los peores enemigos, gente. Que yo recuerde. Los caballeros esos raros. Uah. Por tocar donde no se debe. Vale, antes de la loba. Bueno. Lo han reventado. Ah, listo, el pobrecito mío. Vamos, chicos. Vale. Nada, Alistair, tómate una poti de las buenas. Ahí está. Ponemos de apoyo mejor, sí, ¿eh? Pega más, ¿no? Controlador. Horror. El índice de objetivos es el élito superior. Hostias. Desgarrador. Esta puede estar guay. Que vaya metiendo bufos y tal. Esta puede estar guay. Venga, esta me gusta. Que la meta de bufos a los enemigos. De todas formas, gente, vamos a hacer un guardadito. Vale, un guardadito bueno. Bosque de Bercilia. Ahí está. Y lo vamos a dejar por aquí. Llevamos 5 horas y media, gente. Y hay que dejar un poquito para mañana. Ya hemos tenido la primera F de la serie. Así que nada, mañana le damos otro ratete que merece la pena jugarlo, gente. Ya, si no lo habéis jugado, os lo recomiendo un montón, porque es una de las grandes sagas de los videojuegos y te puede gustar más o menos, pero Dragon Age es una joyita, ¿vale? Una joyita. Así que nada, poquita cosa más, gente. Yo me lo estoy pasando como un enano, espero que lo estéis pasando igual que yo como mínimo. Y os veo mañana, o con otro ratito bueno como hoy, esperemos, ¿vale? Portaros bien que no me entere yo y os veo mañana con más, gente. Chau, chau, chau.